Dedication for the Temple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Temple. Sacred Poems and Private Ejaculations by Mr. George Herbert, late Orator of the University of Cambridge. Psalm 29. In his temple doth every man speak of his honour. The Dedication. Lord, my first fruits present themselves to thee, yet not mine neither, for from thee they came, and must return. Accept of them and me, and make us strive who shall sing best thy name. Turn their eyes hither who shall make a gain, theirs who shall hurt themselves or me refrain. End of dedication.
The Church Porch by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Per anterium. Thou whose sweet youth and early hopes enhance thy rate and price, and mark thee for a treasure, hearken unto a verser, who may chance rhyme thee to good, and make a bait of pleasure. A verse may find him who a sermon flies, and turn delight into a sacrifice. Beware of lust, it doth pollute and foul whom God in baptism washed with his own blood. It blots thy lesson written in thy soul. The holy lines cannot be understood. How dare those eyes upon a Bible look, much less towards God, whose lust is all their book? Wholly abstain or wed. Thy bounteous Lord allows thee choice of paths. Take no byways, but gladly welcome what he doth afford, not grudging that thy lust hath bounds and stays. Continence hath its joy. Weigh both, and so if rottenness have more, let heaven go. If God had laid all common, certainly, man would have been the encloser. But since now God hath impaled us, on the contrary, man breaks the fence, and every ground will plough. Oh, what were man, might he himself misplace? Sure to be cross, he would shift feet and face. Drink not the third glass, which thou canst not tame, when once it is within thee, but before mayst rule it as thou list, and pour the shame, which it would pour on thee, upon the floor. It is most just to throw that on the ground, which would throw me there if I keep the round. He that is drunken may his mother kill, big with his sister. He hath lost the reins, is outlawed by himself. All kinds of ill did with his liquor slide into his veins. The drunkard forfeits man, and doth divest all worldly right, save what he hath by beast. Shall I, to please another's wine sprung mine, lose all mine own? God hath given me a measure short of his cane and body. Must I find a pain in that wherein he finds a pleasure? Stay at the third glass. If thou lose thy hold, then thou art modest, and the wine grows bold. If reason move not gallants, quit the room. All in a shipwreck shift their several way. Let not a common ruin thee entomb. Be not a beast in courtesy, but stay at the third cup, or forego the place. Wine at all things doth God stamp deface. Yet if thou sin in wine or wantonness, boast not thereof, nor make thy shame thy glory. Frailty gets pardoned by submissiveness, but he that boasts shuts that out of his story. He makes flat war with God, and doth defy with his poor clod of earth the spacious sky. Take not his name, who made thy mouth, in vain. It gets thee nothing, and hath no excuse. Lust and wine plead a pleasure, avarice gain, but the cheap swearer through his open sluice lets his soul run for naught, as little fearing. Were I an epicure, I could bate swearing. When thou dost tell another's jest, therein omit the oaths which true wit cannot need. Pick out of tales the mirth, but not the sin. He pares his apple that will cleanly feed. Play not away the virtue of that name, which is the best steak when griefs make thee tame. The cheapest sins most dearly punished are, because to shun them also is so cheap. For we have wit to mark them, and to spare. O crumble not away thy soul's fair heap. If thou wilt die, the gates of hell are broad. Pride and full sins have made the way a road. Lie not, but let thy heart be true to God, thy mouth to it, thy actions to them both. Cowards tell lies, and those that fear the rod. The stormy working soul spits lies and froth. Dare to be true, nothing can need a lie. A fault which needs it most grows two thereby. Fly idleness, which yet thou canst not fly by dressing, mistressing, and compliment. If those take up thy day, the sun will cry against thee, for his light was only lent. God gave thy soul brave wings, but not those feathers into a bed to sleep out all ill weathers. Art thou a magistrate? Then be severe. If studious, copy fair what time hath blurred. Redeem truth from his jaws. If soldier, chase brave employment with a naked sword throughout the world. Fool not, for all may have, if they dare try, a glorious life or grave. O England, full of sin, but most of sloth, spit out thy phlegm, and fill thy breast with glory. Thy gentry bleats, as if thy native cloth transfused a sheepishness into thy story. Not that they all are so, but that the most are gone to grass, and in the pasture lost. This loss springs chiefly from our education. Some till their ground, but let weeds choke their sun. Some mark a partridge, never their child's fashion. Some ship them over, and the thing is done. Study this art, make it thy great design, and if God's image move thee not, let thine. Some great estates provide, but do not breed a mastering mind, so both are lost thereby. Or else they breed them tender, make them need all that they leave. This is flat poverty, for he that needs £5,000 to live is full as poor as he that needs but 5. The way to make thy son rich is to fill his mind with rest, before his trunk with riches. For wealth without contentment climbs a hill, to feel those tempests which fly over ditches. But if thy son can make £10 his measure, then all thou attest may be called his treasure. When thou dost purpose aught within thy power, be sure to do it, though it be but small. Constancy knits the bones, and makes us sour when wanton pleasures beckon us to thrall. Who breaks his own bond forfeiteth himself, and though he be a ship, is his own shelf. Do all things like a man, not sneakingly. Think the king sees thee still? For his king does. Simpering is but a lay hypocrisy. Give it a corner, and the clue undoes. Who fear to do ill sets himself to task. Who fears to do well sure should wear a mask. Look to thy mouth. Diseases enter there. Thou hast 2 sconces. If thy stomach call, carve or discourse. Do not a famine fear. Who carves is kind to 2. Who talks to all. Look on meat, think it dirt, then eat a bit, and say withal, earth to earth I commit. Slight those who say amidst their sickly healths, thou livest by rule. What doth not so but man? Houses are built by rule, and commonwealths. Entice the trusty sun, if that you can, from his ecliptic line. Beckon the sky. Who lives by rule, then, keeps good company. Who keeps no guard upon himself is slack, and rots to do nothing at the next great thaw. Man is a shop of rules, a well-trussed pack, whose every parcel underwrites a law. Loose not thyself, nor give thy humours way. God gave them to thee under lock and key. By all means use sometimes to be alone. Salute thyself, see what thy soul doth wear. Dare to look in thy chest, for 'tis thine own, and tumble up and down what thou findest there. Who cannot rest till he good fellows find, he breaks up house, turns out of doors his mind. Be thrifty, but not covetous. Therefore give thy need, thy honor, and thy friend his due. Never was scraper, brave man. Get to live, then live and use it, else it is not true that thou hast gotten. Surely use alone makes money not a contemptible stone. Never exceed thy income. Youth may make even with the year, but age, if it will hit, shoots a bow short, and lessens still his stake, as the day lessens, and his life with it. Thy children, kindred, friends upon thee call, before thy journey fairly part with all. Yet in thy thriving still misdoubt some evil, lest gaining gain on thee, and make thee dim to all things else. Wealth is the conjurer's devil, whom when he thinks he hath, the devil hath him. Gold thou mayst safely touch, but if it stick unto thy hands, it woundeth to the quick. What skills it, if a bag of stones or gold about thy neck do drown thee? Raise thy head. Take stars for money, stars not to be told by any art, yet to be purchased. None is so wasteful as the scraping dame. She loseth 3 for 1, her soul, rest, fame. By no means run in debt. Take thine own measure. Who cannot live on £20 a year, cannot on 40? He's a man of pleasure, a kind of thing that's for itself too dear. The curious unthrift makes his cloth too wide, and spares himself but would his tailor chide. Spend not on hopes. They that by pleading clothes do fortune seek, when worth and service fail, would have their tale believed for their oaths, and are like empty vessels under sail. Old courtiers know this, therefore set out so, as all the day thou mayest hold out to go. In clothes cheap handsomeness doth bear the bell. Wisdom's a trimmer thing than shop e'er gave. Say not then, this with that lace will do well, but this with my discretion will be brave. Much curiousness is a perpetual wooing, nothing with labor, folly long a-doing. Play not for gain, but sport. Who plays for more than he can lose with pleasure stakes his heart. Perhaps his wives too, in whom she hath bore. Servants and churches also play their part. Only a herald, who that way doth pass, finds his cracked name at length in the church glass. If yet thou love game at so dear a rate, learn this, that hath old gamesters dearly cost. Dost lose, rise up. Dost win, rise in that state. Who strive to sit out losing hands are lost. Game is a civil gunpowder, in peace blowing up houses with her whole increase. In conversation boldness now bears sway, but know that nothing can so foolish be as empty boldness. Therefore first essay to stuff thy mind with solid bravery, then march on gallant. Get substantial worth. Boldness gilds finely, and will set it forth. Be sweet to all. Is thy complexion sour? Then keep such company, make them thy ally. Get a sharp wife, a servant that will lower. A stumbler stumbles least in rugged way. Command thyself in chief. He life's war knows, whom all his passions follow as he goes. Catch not at quarrels. He that dares not speak plainly and home is coward of the two. Think not thy fame at every twitch will break. By great deeds show that thou canst little do, and do them not. That shall thy wisdom be, and change thy temperance into bravery. If that thy fame with every toy be posed, 'tis a thin web, which poisonous fancies make. But the great soldier's honor was composed of thicker stuff, which would endure a shake. Wisdom picks friends, civility plays the rest. A toy shun cleanly patheth with the best. Laugh not too much, the witty man laughs least, for wit is news only to ignorance. Less at thine own things laugh, lest in the jest thy person share, and the conceit advance. Make not thy sport abuses, for the fly that feeds on dung is coloured thereby. Pick out of mirth like stones out of the ground, profaneness, filthiness, abusiveness. These are the scum, with which coarse wits abound. The fine may spare these well, yet not go less. All things are big with jest, nothing that's plain but may be witty, if thou hast the vein. Wit's an unruly engine, wildly striking sometimes a friend, sometimes the engineer. Hast thou the knack? Pamper it not with liking, but if thou want it, buy it not too dear. Many affecting wit beyond their power have got to be a dear fool for an hour. A sad wise valor is the brave complexion that leads the van and swallows up the cities. The giggler is a milkmaid, whom infection or a fired beacon frighteth from his ditties. Then he's the sport, the mirth then in him rests, and the sad man is cock of all his jests. Towards great persons use respective boldness. That temper gives them theirs, and yet doth take nothing from thine. In service, care, or coldness, doth rateably thy fortunes mar or make. Feed no man in his sins, for adulation doth make thee parcel devil in damnation. Envy not greatness, for thou makest thereby thyself the worse, and so the distance greater. Be not thine own worm, yet such jealousy as hurts not others, but may make thee better, is a good spur. Correct thy passion's spite, then may the beasts draw thee to happy light. When baseness is exalted, do not bate the place its honour for the person's sake. The shrine is that which thou dost venerate, and not the beast that bears it on his back. I care not though the cloth of state should be not of rich arras, but mean tapestry. Thy friend put in thy bosom, wear his eyes still in thy heart, that he may see what's there. If cause require, thou art his sacrifice. Thy drops of blood must pay down all his fear, but love is lost, the art of friendship's gone, though David had his Jonathan, Christ his John. Yet be not surety if thou be a father. Love is a personal debt. I cannot give my children's right, nor ought he take it. Rather both friends should die than hinder them to live. Fathers first enter bonds to nature's ends, and are their sureties ere they are of friends. If thou be single, all thy goods and ground submit to love, but yet not more than all. Give one estate as one life, none is bound to work for two, who brought himself to thrall. God made me one man, love makes me no more, till labour come and make my weakness score. In thy discourse, if thou desire to please all such as courteous, useful, new, or witty, usefulness comes by labour, wit by ease. Courtesy grows at court, news in the city. Get a good stock of these, then draw the card that suits him best, of whom thy speech is heard. Entice all neatly to what they know best, for so thou dost thyself and him a pleasure. But a proud ignorance will lose his rest rather than show his cards, steal from his treasure. What to ask further, doubts well raised do lock the speaker to thee, and preserve thy stock. If thou be master gunner, spend not all that thou canst speak at once, but husband it, and give men turns of speech. Do not forestall by lavishness thine own and others' wit. As if thou matest thy will, a civil guest will no more talk all than eat all the feast. Be calm in arguing, for fierceness makes error of fault, and truth discourtesy. Why should I feel another man's mistakes more than his sickness or poverty? In love I should, but anger is not love, nor wisdom neither, therefore gently move. Calmness is great advantage. He that lets another chafe may warm him at his fire. Mark all his wanderings and enjoy his frets, as cunning fencers suffer heat to tire. Truth dwells not in the clouds. The bow that's there doth often aim at, never hit the spear. Mark what another says, for many are full of themselves and answer their own notion. Take all into thee, then with equal care balance each dram of reason, like a potion. If truth be with thy friend, be with them both, share in the conquest, and confess a troth. Be useful where thou livest, that they may both want and wish thy pleasing presence still. Kindness, good parts, great places, are the way to compass this. Find out men's wants and will, and meet them there. All worldly joys go less to the one joy of doing kindnesses. Pitch thy behaviour low, thy projects high, so shalt thou humble and magnanimous be. Sink not in spirit. Who aimeth at the sky shoots higher much than he that means a tree. A grain of glory mixed with humbleness cures both a fever and lethargicness. Let thy mind still be bent, still plotting where and when and how the business may be done. Slackness breeds worms, but the sure traveller, though he alight sometimes, still goeth on. Active and stirring spirits live alone. Write on the others, here lies such a one. Slight not the smallest loss, whether it be in love or honour. Take account of all. Shine like the sun in every corner. See whether thy stock of credit swell or fall. Who say, I care not, those I give for lost, and to instruct them 'twill not quit the cost. Scorn no man's love, though of a mean degree. Love is a present for a mighty king. Much less make any one thine enemy. As guns destroy, so may a little sting. The cunning workman never doth refuse the meanest tool that he may chance to use. All foreign wisdom doth amount to this, to take all that is given, whether wealth or love or language. Nothing comes amiss. A good digestion turneth all to health. And then, as far as fair behaviour may, strike off all scores, none are so clear as they. Keep all thy native good, and naturalize all foreign of that name. But scorn their ill, embrace their activeness, not vanities. Who follows all things forfeiteth his will. If thou observest strangers in each fit, in time they'll run thee out of all thy wit. Affect in things about thee cleanliness, that all may gladly board thee as a flower. Slovens take up their stock of noisomeness beforehand, and anticipate their last hour. Let thy mind's sweetness have his operation upon thy body, clothes, and habitation. In alms regard thy means and others' merit. Think heaven a better bargain than to give only thy single market money for it. Join hands with God to make a man to live. Give to all something, to a good poor man, till thou change names and be where he began. Man is God's image, but a poor man is Christ's stamp to boot. Both images regard. God reckons for him, counts the favour his. Right, so much given to God, thou shalt be heard. Let thy alms go before, and keep heaven's gate open for thee, or both may come too late. Restore to God his due, and tithe in time. A tithe purloined cankers the whole estate. Sundays observe, think when the bells do chime. 'Tis angels' music, therefore come not late. God then deals blessings. If a king did so, who would not haste, nay give, to see the show? Twice on that day his due is understood. For all the week thy food so oft he gave thee. Thy cheer is mended. Bate not of the food, because 'tis better, and perhaps may save thee. Thwart not thy almighty God. O, be not cross. Fast when thou wilt, but then 'tis gain, not loss. Though private prayer be of brave design, yet public hath more promises, more love, and love's a weight to hearts, to eyes a sign. We are all but cold suitors. Let us move where it is warmest. leave thy 6 and 7, pray with the most, for where most pray is heaven. When once thy foot enters the church, be bare, God is more there than thou, for thou art there only by his permission. Then beware, and make thyself all reverence and fear. Kneeling near spoiled silk stocking, quit thy state, all equal are within the church's gate. Resort to sermons, but to prayers most. Praying's the end of preaching. O be dressed, stay not for the other pin. Why, thou hast lost a joy for it worth worlds. Thus hell doth jest away thy blessings, and extremely flout thee, thy clothes being fast, but thy soul loose about thee. In time of service seal up both thine eyes, and send them to thy heart, that spying sin, they may weep out the stains by them did rise. Those doors being shut, all by the ear comes in. Who marks in church time others' cemetery, makes all their beauty his deformity. Let vain and busy thoughts have there no part. Bring not thy plough, thy plots, thy pleasures thither. Christ purged his temple, so must thou thy heart. All worldly thoughts are but thieves met together to cozen thee. Look to thy actions well, for churches are either our heaven or hell. Judge not the preacher, for he is thy judge. If thou mislike him, thou conceivest him not. God calleth preaching folly. Do not grudge to pick out treasures from an earthen pot. The worst speak sometimes good. If all want sense, God takes a text and preaches patience. He that gets patience in the blessing which preachers conclude with hath not lost his pains. He that by being at church escapes the ditch which he might fall in by companions gains. He that loves God's abode, and to combine with saints on earth, shall one day with them shine. Jest not at preacher's language or expression. How knowest thou but thy sins make him miscarry? Then turn thy faults and his into confession. God sent him, whatsoever he be. O tarry and love him for his master. His condition, though it be ill, makes him no ill physician. None shall in hell such bitter pangs endure as those who mock at God's way of salvation, whom oil and balsams kill. What salve can cure? They drink with greediness a full damnation. The Jews refused thunder, and we folly. Though God do hedge us in, yet who is holy? Sum up at night what thou hast done by day, and in the morning what thou hast to do. Dress and undress thy soul. Mark the decay and growth of it. If with thy watch that two be down, then wind up both, since we shall be most surely judged. Make thy accounts agree. In brief, acquit thee bravely. Play the man. Look not on pleasures as they come, but go. Defer not the least virtue. Life's poor span make not in hell by trifling in thy woe. If thou do ill, the joy fades, not the pains. If well, the pain doth fade, the joy remains. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Superliminaire by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Thou whom the former precepts have sprinkled and taught how to behave thyself in church, approach and taste the church's mystical repast. Avoid profaneness, come not here, nothing but holy, pure, and clear, or that which groaneth to be so, may at his peril further go. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Church. The Altar by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. A broken altar, Lord, thy servant rears, made of a heart and cemented with tears. whose parts are as thy hand did frame. No workman's tool hath touched the same. A heart alone is such a stone as nothing but thy power doth cut. Wherefore each part of my hard heart meets in this frame to praise thy name, that if I chance to hold my peace, these stones to praise thee may not cease. O let thy blessed sacrifice be mine, and sanctify this altar to be thine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sacrifice by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. St. Matthew 27:39-40. O all ye who pass by, whose eyes and mind to worldly things are sharp, but to me blind, to me who took eyes that I might you find, was ever grief like mine? The princes of my people make a head against their Maker, they do wish me dead, who cannot wish except I give them bread. Was ever grief like mine? Without me, each one who doth now me brave had to this day been an Egyptian slave. They used that power against me which I gave. Was ever grief like mine? Mine own apostle, who the bag did bear, though he had all I had, did not forbear to sell me also, and to put me there. Was ever grief like mine? For 30 pence he did my death devise, who at 300 did the ointment prize, not half so sweet as my sweet sacrifice. Was ever grief like mine? Therefore my soul melts, and my heart's dear treasure drops blood, the only beads my words to measure. O let this cup pass, if it be thy pleasure. Was ever grief like mine? These drops being tempered with a sinner's tears, a balsam are for both the hemispheres, curing all wounds but mine, all but my fears. Was ever grief like mine? Yet my disciples sleep. I cannot gain 1 hour of watching, but their drowsy brain comforts not me, and doth my doctrine stain. Was ever grief like mine? Arise, arise, they come, look how they run! Alas, what haste they make to be undone! How with their lanterns do they seek the sun! Was ever grief like mine? With clubs and staves they seek me as a thief, who am the way of truth, the true relief, most true to those who are my greatest grief. Was ever grief like mine? Judas, dost thou betray me with a kiss? Canst thou find hell about my lips, and mists of life just at the gates of life and bliss? Was ever grief like mine? See, they lay hold on me, not with the hands of faith, but fury. Yet at their commands I suffer binding, who have loosed their bands. Was ever grief like mine? All my disciples fly. Fear puts a bar betwixt my friends and me. They leave the star that brought the wise men of the East from far. Was ever grief like mine? Then from one ruler to another, bound they lead me, urging that it was not found what I taught. Comments would the text confound. Was ever grief like mine? The priest and rulers all false witness seek 'gainst him who seeks not life, but is the meek and ready paschal lamb of this great week. Was ever grief like mine? Then they accuse me of great blasphemy, that I did thrust into the Deity, who never thought that any robbery. Was ever grief like mine? Some said that I the temple to the floor in 3 days raised, and raised as before. Why, he that built the world can do much more. Was ever grief like mine? Then they condemn me all with that same breath which I do give them daily unto death. Thus Adam my first breathing rendereth. Was ever grief like mine? They bind and lead me unto Herod. He sends me to Pilate. This makes them agree. But yet their friendship is my enmity. Was ever grief like mine? Herod and all his bands do set me light, who teach all hands to war, fingers to fight, and only am the Lord of hosts a might. Was ever grief like mine? Herod in judgment sits while I do stand, examines me with a censorious hand. I him obey, who all things else command. Was ever grief like mine? The Jews accuse me with despitefulness, and vying malice with my gentleness, pick quarrels with their only happiness. Was ever grief like mine? I answer nothing, but with patience prove if stony hearts will melt with gentle love. But who does hawk at eagles with a dove? Was ever grief like mine? My silence rather doth augment their cry. My dove doth back into my bosom fly, because the raging waters still are high. Was ever grief like mine? Hark how they cry aloud, still, Crucify! It is not fit he live a day, they cry, who cannot live less than eternally. Was ever grief like mine? Pilate, a stranger, holdeth off, but they, mine own dear people, cry, Away, away, with noises confused frighting the day. Was ever grief like mine? Yet still they shout and cry and stop their ears, putting my life among their sins and fears, and therefore with my blood on them and theirs. Was ever grief like mine? See how spite cankers things. These words aright used and wished are the whole world's light, but honey is their gall, brightness their night. Was ever grief like mine? They choose a murderer, and all agree in him to do themselves a courtesy, for it was their own cause who killed me. Was ever grief like mine? And a seditious murderer he was, but I, the Prince of Peace, peace that doth pass all understanding, more than heaven doth glass. Was ever grief like mine? Why, Caesar is their only king, not I. He clave the stony rock when they were dry, but surely not their hearts, as I well try. Was ever grief like mine? Ah, how they scourge me! Yet my tenderness doubles each lash, and yet their bitterness winds up my grief to a mysteriousness. Was ever grief like mine? They buffet me and box me as they list, who grasp the earth and heaven with my fist, and never yet whom I would punish missed. Was ever grief like mine? Behold, they spit on me in scornful wise, who by my spittle gave the blind man eyes, leaving his blindness to mine enemies. Was ever grief like mine? My face they cover, though it be divine, as Moses' face was veiled, so is mine, lest on their double dark souls either shine. Was ever grief like mine? Servants and abjects flout me, they are witty. Now prophesy, who strikes thee, is their ditty. So they in me deny themselves all pity. Was ever grief like mine? And now I am delivered unto death, which each one calls for so with utmost breath, that he before me well nigh suffereth. Was ever grief like mine? Weep not, dear friends, since I for both have wept, when all my tears were blood, the while you slept. Your tears for your own fortunes should be kept. Was ever grief like mine? The soldiers lead me to the common hall, there they deride me, they abuse me all, yet for 12 heavenly legions I could call. Was ever grief like mine? Then with a scarlet robe they me array, which shows my blood to be the only way, and cordial left to repair man's decay. Was ever grief like mine? Then on my head a crown of thorns I wear, for these are all the grapes Sion doth bear, though I my vine planted and watered there. Was ever grief like mine? So sits the earth's great curse in Adam's fall upon my head, so I remove it all from the earth unto my brows, and bear the thrall. Was ever grief like mine? Then with the reed they gave to me before, they struck my head, the rock from whence all store of heavenly blessings issue evermore. Was ever grief like mine? They bow their knees to me, and cry, Hail, King! Whatever scoffs or scornfulness can bring, I am the floor, the sink where they it fling. Was ever grief like mine? Yet, since man's sceptres are as frail as reeds, and thorny all their crowns, bloody their weeds, I, who am truth, turn into truth their deeds. Was ever grief like mine? The soldiers also spit upon that face which angels did desire to have the grace, and prophets once to see, but found no place. Was ever grief like mine? Thus trimmed forth they bring me to the rout, who, Crucify him, cry with one strong shout. God holds his peace at man, and man cries out. Was ever grief like mine? They lead me in once more, and putting then mine own clothes on, they lead me out again. Whom devils fly, thus is he tossed of men. Was ever grief like mine? And now, weary of sport, glad to engross all spite in one, counting my life their loss, they carry me to my most bitter cross. Was ever grief like mine? My cross I bear myself until I faint. Then Simon bears it for me by constraint, the decreed burden of each mortal saint. Was ever grief like mine? O all ye who pass by, behold and see, man stole the fruit, but I must climb the tree of life to all but only me. Was ever grief like mine? Lo, here I hang, charged with a world of sin, the greater world of the two, for that came in by words, but this by sorrow I must win. Was ever grief like mine? Such sorrow as if sinful man could feel, or feel his part, he would not cease to kneel till all were melted, though he were all steel. Was ever grief like mine? But, O my God, why leav'st thou me, the Son in whom thou dost delight to be? My God, never was grief like mine. Shame tears my soul, my body many a wound. Sharp nails pierce this, but sharper that confound reproaches which are free while I am bound. Was ever grief like mine? Now heal thyself, physician, now come down. Alas, I did so when I left my crown and father's smile to feel for you his frown. Was ever grief like mine? In healing not myself there doth consist all that salvation which ye now resist. Your safety in my sickness doth subsist. Was ever grief like mine? Betwixt two thieves I spend my utmost breath, as he that for some robbery suffereth. Alas, what have I stolen from you? Death. Was ever grief like mine? A king my title is, prefixed on high, yet by my subjects am condemned to die, a servile death in servile company. Was ever grief like mine? They gave me vinegar mingled with gall, but more with malice. Yet when they did call with manna, angels' food, I fed them all. Was ever grief like mine? They part my garments, and by lot dispose my coat, the type of love which once cured those who sought for help, never malicious foes. Was ever grief like mine? Nay, after death their spite shall further go, for they will pierce my side. I full well know that a sin came so sacraments might flow. Was ever grief like mine? But now I die. Now all is finished, my woman's will, and now I bow my head. Only let others say, when I am dead, never was grief like mine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Thanksgiving by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Teresa Cow. O King of Grief, a title strange, yet true, to thee of all kings only due. O King of wounds, how shall I grieve for thee, who in all grief preventest me? Shall I weep blood? Why, thou hast wept such store, that all thy body was one door. Shall I be scourged, flouted, boxed, sold? 'Tis but to tell the tale is told. My God, why dost thou part from me? Was such a grief as cannot be. Shall I then sing, neglecting thy sad story, and side with thy triumphant glory? Shall thy strokes be my stroking, thorns my flower, thy rod my posy, cross my bower? But how then shall I imitate thee, and copy thy fair though bloody hand? Surely I will revenge me on thy love, and try who shall victorious prove. If thou dost give me wealth, I will restore all back unto thee in the poor. If thou dost give me honor, men shall see the honor doth belong to thee. I will not marry, or if she be mine, she and her children shall be thine. My bosom friend, if he blaspheme thy name, I will tear thence his love and fame. One half of me being gone, the rest I give unto some chapel, die or live. As for thy passion, but of that anon, one with the other I have done. For thy predestination, I'll contrive that 3 years hence, if I survive, I'll build a spittle or mend common ways, but mend mine own without delays. Then I will use the works of thy creation, as if I used them but for fashion. The world and I will quarrel, and the year shall not perceive that I am here. My music shall find thee, and every string shall have his attribute to sing, that all together may accord in thee, and prove one God, one harmony. If thou shalt give me wit, it shall appear, if thou hast given it me, 'tis here. Nay, I will read thy book, and never move till I have found therein thy love, thy art of love, which I'll turn back on thee. O my dear Saviour, victory! Then for thy passion I will do for that, alas, my God, I know not what. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Second Thanksgiving, or The Reprisal, by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. I have considered it, and find there is no dealing with thy mighty passion. For though I die for thee, I am behind. My sins deserve the condemnation. O make me innocent, that I may give a disentangled state and free, and yet thy wounds still my attempts defy, for by thy death I die for thee. Ah, was it not enough that thou by thy eternal glory didst outgo me? Couldst thou not griefs and conquests me allow, but in all victories overthrow me? Yet by confession will I come into the conquest, though I can do naught against thee. In thee I will overcome the man who once against thee fought. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Agony by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Philosophers have measured mountains, fathomed the depths of seas, of states and kings, walked with a staff to heaven and traced fountains. But there are two vast, spacious things, the which to measure it doth more behoove, yet few there are that sound them, sin and love. Who would know sin, let him repair unto Mount Olivet. There shall he see a man so wrung with pains, that all his hair, his skin, his garments bloody be. Sin is that present vice which forceth pain to hunt this cruel food through every vein. Who knows not love, let him assay and taste that juice, which on the cross a pike did set again a brooch. Then let him say, if ever he did taste the like, love in that liquor sweet and most divine, which my God feels as blood, but I as wine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sinner by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Lord, how I am all ague when I seek what I have treasured in my memory. Since if my soul make even with the weak, each seventh note by right is due to thee. I find there quarries of piled vanities, but shreds of holiness, that dare not venture to show their face, since cross to thy decrees. There the circumference earth is, heaven the centre. In so much dregs the quintessence is small. The spirit and good extract of my heart comes to about the many hundredth part. Yet, Lord, restore thine image, hear my call, and though my hard heart scarce to thee can groan, remember that thou once didst write in stone. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Good Friday by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. O my chief good, how shall I measure out of thy blood? How shall I count what thee befell, and each grief tell? Shall I thy woes number according to thy foes? Or since one star showed thy first breath, shall all thy death? Or shall each leaf which falls in autumn score a grief? Or cannot leaves but fruit be sign of the true vine? Then let each hour of my whole life one grief devour, that thy distress through all may run, and be my sun. Or rather let my several sins their sorrows get, that as each beast his cure doth know, each sin may sow. Since blood is fittest, Lord, to write thy sorrows in and bloody fight, my heart hath store, right there where in one box doth lie both ink and sin. That when sin spies so many foes, thy whips, thy nails, thy wounds, thy woes, all come to lodge there. Sin may say, no room for me, and fly away. Sin being gone, O fill the place and keep possession with thy grace. Let sin take courage and return, and all the writings blot or burn. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Redemption by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Having been tenant long to a rich lord, not thriving, I resolved to be bold, and make a suit unto him to afford a new small rented lease, and cancelled the old. In heaven at his manor I him sought. They told me there that he was lately gone about some land which he had dearly bought long since on earth to take possession. I straight returned, and knowing his great birth, sought him accordingly in great resorts, in cities, theatres, gardens, parks, and courts. At length I heard a ragged noise and mirth of thieves and murderers. There I him espied, who straight, "Your suit is granted," said, and died. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Sepulchre by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. O blessed body, whither art thou thrown? No lodging for thee but a cold hard stone. So many hearts on earth, and yet not one receive thee. Sure there's room within our hearts good store, for they can lodge transgressions by the score. Thousands of toys dwell there, yet out of door they leave thee. But that which shows them large shows them unfit. Whatever sin did this pure rock commit, which holds thee now? Who hath indicted it of murder, where our hard hearts have took up stones to brain thee, and missing this, most falsely did arraign thee? Only these stones in quiet entertain thee, and order. And as of old the law by heavenly art was writ in stone, so thou, which also art the letter of the word, findest no fit heart to hold thee. Yet do we still persist as we began, and so should perish, but that nothing can, though it be cold, hard, foul from loving man, withhold thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Easter by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Rise, heart, thy Lord is risen. Sing his praise without delays, who takes thee by the hand, that thou likewise with him mayst rise. That as his death calcined thee to dust, his life may make thee gold, and much more just. Awake, my lute, and struggle for thy part with all thy art. The cross taught all wood to resound his name, who bore the same. His stretched sinews taught all strings what key is best to celebrate this most high day. Consort both heart and lute, and twist a song, pleasant and long. Or since all music is but three parts vied and multiplied, O let thy blessed Spirit bear a part, and make up our defects with his sweet art. The Song. I got me flowers to straw thy way, I got me boughs off many a tree, but thou wast up by break of day, and broughtest thy sweets along with thee. The sun arising in the east, though he give light, and the east perfume, if they should offer to contest with thy arising, they presume. Can there be any day but this, though many suns to shine endeavor? We count 300, but we miss. There is but one, and that one ever. Another version from the Williams manuscript. I had prepared many a flower to straw thy way and victory, but thou wast up before mine hour, bringing thy sweets along with thee. The sun arising in the east, though he bring light and the other scents, cannot make up so brave a feast as thy discovery presents. Yet though my flowers be lost, they say a heart can never come too late. Teach it to sing thy praise this day, and then this day my life shall date. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Easter Wings by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Lord, who createst man and wealth and store, though foolishly he lost the same, decaying more and more, till he became most poor, with thee, O let me rise as larks harmoniously, and sing this day thy victories. Then shall the fall further the flight in me. My tender age in sorrow did begin, and still with sicknesses and shame thou didst so punish sin, that I became most thin. With thee let me combine, and feel this day thy victory. For if I imp my wing on thine, affliction shall advance the flight in me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 14, Nature by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Weedy Mambo. Full of rebellion I would die, or fight, or travel, or deny that thou hast aught to do with me. O tame my heart, it is thy highest art to captivate strongholds to thee. If thou shalt let this venom lurk and in suggestions fume and work, my soul will turn to bubbles straight, and thence by kind vanish into a wind, making thy workmanship deceit. O smooth my rugged heart, and there engrave thy reverend law and fear, or make a new one, since the old is sapless grown in a much fitter stone, to hide my dust than thee to hold. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Holy Baptism by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Teresa Cow. Since, Lord, to thee a narrow way and little gate is all the passage on my infancy thou didst lay hold, and antedate my faith in me. O let me still write thee, great God, and me a child. Let me be soft and supple to thy will, small to myself, to others mild, be hither ill. Although by stealth my flesh get on, yet let her sister, my soul, bid nothing, but preserve her wealth. The growth of flesh is but a blister, childhood is health. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Nature by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Weedy Mambo. Full of rebellion I would die, or fight, or travel, or deny that thou hast aught to do with me. O tame my heart, it is thy highest art to captivate strongholds to thee. If thou shalt let this venom lurk and in suggestions fume and work, my soul will turn to bubbles straight, and thence by kind vanish into a wind, making thy workmanship deceit. O smooth my rugged heart, and there engrave thy reverend law and fear, or make a new one, since the old is sapless grown in a much fitter stone, to hide my dust than thee to hold. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Sin by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Weedy Mambo. Lord, with what care hast thou begirt us round? Parents first season us, then schoolmasters deliver us to laws. They send us, bound to rules of reason, holy messengers, pulpits and Sundays, sorrow dodging sin, afflictions sorted, anguish of all sizes, find nets and stratagems to catch us in, Bibles laid open, millions of surprises, blessings beforehand, ties of gratefulness, the sound of glory ringing in our ears, without our shame, within our consciences, angels and grace, eternal hopes and fears. Yet all these fences and their whole array, one cunning bosom sin blows quite away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Affliction by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Weedy Mambo. When first thou didst entice to thee my heart, I thought the service brave. So many joys I writ down for my part, besides what I might have, out of my stock of natural delights, augmented with thy grace's prerequisites. I looked on thy furniture so fine, and made it fine to me. Thy glorious household stuff did me entwine, entice me on to thee. Such stars I count in mine, both heaven and earth, paid me my wages in a world of mirth. What pleasures could I want whose king I served, where joys my fellows were? Thus argued into hopes my thoughts reserved no place for grief or fear. Therefore my sudden soul caught at the place, and made her youth and fierceness seek thy face. At first thou gavest me milk and sweetness, I had my wish and way. My days were strawed with flowers and happiness, there was no month but May. But with my years sorrow did twist and grow, and made a party unawares for woe. My flesh begun unto my soul in pain, sickness cleave my bones, consuming agues dwell in every vein, and tune my breath to groans. Sorrow was all my soul, I scarce believed till grief did tell me roundly that I lived. When I got health, thou took'st away my life, and more, for my friends die. My mirth and edge was lost, a blunted knife was of more use than I. Thus, thin and lean, without offence or friend, I was blown through with every storm and wind. Whereas my birth and spirit rather took the way that takes the town, thou didst betray me to a lingering book and wrap me in a gown. I was entangled in the world of strife before I had the power to change my life. Yet, for I threatened oft the siege to raise, not simpering all mine age, thou often didst with academic praise melt and dissolve my rage. I took thy sweetened pill till I came near. I could not go away, nor persevere. Yet lest perchance I should too happy be in my unhappiness, turning my purge to food, thou throwest me into more sickness. Thus doth thy power cross-bias me, not making thine own gift good, yet me from my ways taking. Now I am here. What thou wilt do with me, none of my books will show. I read and sigh and wish I were a tree, for sure then I should grow to fruit or shade, or at least some bird would trust her household to me, and I should be just. Yet though thou troublest me, I must be meek, in weakness must be stout. Well, I will change the service and go seek some other master out. Ah, my dear God, though I am clean for God, let me not love thee, if I love thee not. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Repentance by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Teresa Cow. Lord, I confess my sin is great. Great is my sin. O gently treat with thy quick flower thy momentary bloom, whose life still pressing is one undressing, a steady aiming at a tomb. Man's age is 2 hours' work or 3, each day doth round about us see. Thus are we to delights, but we are all to sorrows old. If life be told, from what life feeleth Adam's fall, O let thy height of mercy then, compassionate short-breathed men, cut me not off for my most foul transgression. I do confess my foolishness, my God, accept of my confession. Sweeten at length this bitter bowl, which thou hast poured into my soul. Thy wormwood turn to health, winds to fair weather, for if thou stay, I and this day, as we did rise, we die together. When thou for sin rebukest man, forthwith he waxeth woe and wan. Bitterness fills our bowels, all our hearts pine and decay and drop away,
and carry with them the other parts. But thou wilt sin and grief destroy, that so the broken bones may joy, and tune together in a well-set song, full of his praises, who dead men raises. Fractures well cured make us more strong. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Faith by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Teresa Cow. Lord, how couldst thou so much appease thy wrath for sin, as when man's sight was dim, and could see little to regard his ease, and bring by faith all things to him? Hungry I was, and had no meat. I did conceit a most delicious feast. I had it straight, and did as truly eat, as ever did a welcome guest. There is a rare outlandish root, which when I could not get, I thought it here. That apprehension cured so well my foot, that I can walk to heaven well near. I owed thousands and much more. I did believe that I did nothing owe, and lived accordingly. My creditor believes so too, and lets me go. Faith makes me anything or all that I believe is in the sacred story, and where sin placeth me in Adam's fall, faith sets me higher in his glory. If I go lower in the book, what can be lower than the common manger? Faith puts me there with him who sweetly took our flesh and frailty, death and danger. If bliss had lien in art or strength, none but the wise or strong had gained it. Where now by faith all arms are of a length, one size doth all conditions fit. A peasant may believe as much as a great clerk, and reach the highest stature. Thus dost thou make proud knowledge bend and crouch, while grace fills up uneven nature. When creatures had no real light inherent in them, thou didst make the sun, impute a lustre and allow them bright, and in this show what Christ hath done. That which before was darkened clean, with bushy groves prickling the looker's eye, vanished away when faith did change the scene, and then appeared a glorious sky. What though my body run to dust? Faith cleaves unto it, counting every grain with an exact and most particular trust, reserving all for flesh again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Prayer by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Teresa Cow. Prayer, the church's banquet, angel's age, God's breath in man returning to his birth, the soul in paraphrase, heart in pilgrimage, the Christian plummet sounding heaven and earth. Engine against thy almighty, sinner's tower, reversed thunder, Christ's side-piercing spear, the 6 days' world transposing in an hour, a kind of tune which all things hear and fear. Softness and peace and joy and love and bliss, exalted manna, gladness of the best, heaven in ordinary, man well dressed, the Milky Way, the bird of paradise. Church bells beyond the stars heard, the souls loud, the land of spices, something understood. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Holy Communion by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Paula Messina. Not in rich furniture or fine array, nor in a wedge of gold, thou who from me wast sold, to me dost now thyself convey. For so thou shouldst without me still have been, leaving within me sin. But by the way of nourishment and strength, thou creep'st into my breast, making thy way my rest, and thy small quantities my length, which spread their forces into every part, meetings sin's force and art. Yet can these not get over to my soul, leaping the wall that parts our souls and fleshy hearts? But as thou works, they may control my rebel flesh, and carrying thy name, affright both sin and shame. Only thy grace, which with these elements comes, knoweth the ready way, and hath the privy key, opening the soul's most subtle rooms, while those to spirits refined at doors attend, dispatches from their friend. Give me my captive soul, or take my body also thither. Another lift like this will make them both to be together. Before that sin turned flesh to stone, and all our lump to leaven, a fervent sigh might well have blown our innocent earth to heaven. For sure when Adam did not know to sin, or sin to smother, he might to heaven from paradise go, as from one room to another. Thou hast restored us to this ease, by this thy heavenly blood, which I can go to when I please, and leave the earth to their food. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Antiphon by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Let all the world in every corner sing, my God and King. The heavens are not too high, his praise may thither flee. The earth is not too low, his praises there may grow. Let all the world in every corner sing, my God and King. The church with psalms must shout, no door can keep them out. But above all the heart must bear the longest part. Let all the world in every corner sing, my God and King. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox by Jessica McClanahan. Immortal love, author of this great frame, sprung from that beauty which can never fade, how hath man parcelled out thy glorious name, and thrown it in that dust which thou hast made! While mortal love doth all the title gain, which siding with invention they together bear all the sway, possessing heart and brain, thy workmanship, and give thee share in neither. Wit fancies beauty, beauty raiseth wit. The world is theirs, they two play out the game, thou standing by, and though thy glorious name wrought our deliverance from the infernal pit. Who sings thy praise? Only a scarf or glove doth warm our hands and make them write of love. Immortal heat, O let thy greater flame attract the lesser to it. Let those fires which shall consume the world first make it tame, and kindle in our hearts such true desires as may consume our lusts and make thee way. Then shall our hearts pant thee, then shall our brain all her invention on thine altar lay, and there in hymns send back thy fire again. Our eyes shall see thee which before saw dust, dust blown by wit, till that they both were blind. Thou shalt recover all thy goods in kind, who wert diseased by usurping lust. All knees shall bow to thee, all wits shall rise, and praise him who did make and mend our eyes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Temper by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. How should I praise thee, Lord? How should my rhymes gladly engrave thy love in steel, if what my soul doth feel sometimes, my soul might ever feel? Although there were some 40 heavens or more, sometimes I peer above them all, sometimes I hardly reach a score, sometimes to hell I fall. Oh, rack me not to such a vast extent, those distances belong to thee. The world's too little for thy tent, a grave too big for me. Wilt thou meet arms with man, that thou dost stretch a crumb of dust from heaven to hell? Will great God measure with a wretch? Shall he thy stature spell? Oh, let me, when thy roof my soul hath hid, oh, let me roost and nestle there. Then of a sinner thou art rid, and I of hope and fear. Yet take thy way, for sure thy way is best. Stretch or contract me, thy poor debtor. This is but tuning of my breast, to make the music better. Whether I fly with angels, fall with dust, thy hands made both, and I am there. Thy power and love, my love and trust, make one place everywhere. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Temper by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Becca V.O. It cannot be, where is that mighty joy, which just now took up all my heart? Lord, if thou must needs use thy dart, save that and me, or sin for both destroy. The grosser world stands to thy word and art, but thy diviner world of grace thou suddenly dost raise and race, and every day a new creator art. Oh, fix thy chair of grace, that all my powers may also fix their reverence, for when thou dost depart from hence, they grow unruly and sit in thy bowers. Scatter or bind them all to bend to thee, though elements change and heaven move. Let not thy higher court remove, but keep a standing majesty in me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jordan by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by James Martin. Who says that fictions only and false hair become a verse? Is there in truth no beauty? Is all good structure in a winding stair? May no lines pass except they do their duty not to a true but painted chair? Is it no verse except enchanted groves and sudden arbors shadow coarse-spun lines? Must purling streams refresh a lover's loves? Must all be veiled while he that reads divines, catching the sense at 2 removes? Shepherds are honest people, let them sing. Riddle who list for me, and pull for prime. I envy no man's nightingale or spring. Nor let them punish me with loss of rhyme, who plainly say, my God, my King. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Employment by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. If, as a flower doth spread and die, thou wouldst extend me to some good, before I were by frost's extremity nipped in the bud, the sweetness and the praise were thine, but the extension and the room, which in thy garland I should fill were mine, at thy great doom. For as thou dost impart thy grace, the greater shall our glory be. The measure of our joys is in this place, the stuff with thee. Let me not languish then and spend a life as barren to thy praise, as in the dust to which that life doth tend, but with delays. All things are busy, only I neither bring honey with the bees, nor flowers to make that, nor the husbandry to water these. I am no link to thy great chain, but all my company is a weed. Lord, place me in thy consort, give one strain to my poor reed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Holy Scriptures by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. 1. O Book, infinite sweetness, let my heart suck every letter and a honey gain, precious for any grief in any part, to clear the breast, to mollify all pain. Thou art all health, health thriving till it make a full eternity. Thou art a mass of strange delights, where we may wish and take. Ladies, look here. This is the thankful glass that mends the looker's eyes. This is the well that washes what it shows. Who can endear thy praise too much? Thou art heaven's leisure here, working against the states of death and hell. Thou art joy's handsel. Heaven lies flat in thee, subject to every mounter's bended knee. 2. Oh, that I knew how all thy lights combine, and the configurations of their glory, seeing not only how each verse doth shine, but all the constellations of the story. This verse marks that, and both do make a motion unto a third, that 10 leaves off doth lie. Then, as dispersed herbs do watch a potion, these 3 make up some Christian's destiny. Such are thy secrets, which my life makes good and comments on thee. For in everything thy words do find me out, and parallels bring, and in another make me understood. Stars are poor books, and oftentimes do miss. This book of stars lights to eternal bliss.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Whitsunday by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Listen, sweet dove, unto my song, and spread thy golden wings in me, hatching my tender heart so long, till it get wing and fly away with thee. Where is that fire which once descended on thy apostles? Thou didst then keep open house, richly attended, feasting all comers by 12 chosen men. Such glorious gifts thou didst bestow, that the earth did like a heaven appear. The stars were coming down to know if they might mend their wages and serve here. The sun, which once did shine alone, hung down his head and wished for night, when he beheld 12 suns for one, going about the world and giving light. But since those pipes of gold, which brought that cordial water to our ground, were cut and martyred by the fault of those who did themselves through their side wound, thou shut'st the door and keep'st within, scarce a good joy creeps through the chink. And if the braves of conquering sin did not excite thee, we should wholly sink. Lord, though we change, thou art the same sweet God of love and light. Restore this day for thy great name unto his ancient and miraculous right.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Grace by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. My stock lies dead, and no increase doth my dull husbandry improve. O let thy graces without cease drop from above. If still the sun should hide his face, thy house would but a dungeon prove. Thy works, night captives, O let grace drop from above. The dew doth every morning fall, and shall the dew outstrip thy dove? The dew for which the grass cannot call, drop from above? Death is working like a mole, and digs my grave at each remove. Let grace work too, and on my soul drop from above. Sin is still hammering my heart into a hardness void of love. Let suppling grace to cross his art drop from above. I'll come, for thou dost know the way, or if to me thou wilt not move, remove me where I need not say, drop from above. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Praise by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. To write a verse or two is all the praise that I can raise. Mend my estate in any ways, thou shalt have more. I go to church, help me to wings, and I will thither fly. Or if I mount unto the sky, I will do more. Man is all weakness, there is no such thing as prince or king. His arm is short, yet with a sling he may do more. A herb distilled and drunk may dwell next door, on the same floor, to a brave soul, exalt the poor, they can do more. Oh, raise me then, poor bees that work all day, sting my delay, who have a work as well as they, and much, much more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Affliction by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Kill me not every day, thou Lord of life, since thy one death for me is more than all my deaths can be, though I in broken pay die over each hour of Methusalem's stay. If all men's tears were let into one common sewer, sea and brine, what were they all compared to thine? Wherein, if they were set, they would discolor thy most bloody sweat. Thou art my grief alone, thou, Lord, conceal it not, and as thou art all my delight, so all my smart. Thy cross took up in one, by way of impressed, all my future moan. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Matins by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Angela Ortiz. I cannot ope mine eyes, but thou art ready there to catch my morning soul and sacrifice. Then we must needs for that day make a match. My God, what is a heart? Silver or gold or precious stone, or star or rainbow, or a part of all these things, or all of them in one? My God, what is a heart, that thou shouldest it so eye and woo, pouring upon it all thy art, as if thou hadst nothing else to do? Indeed, man's whole estate amounts and richly to serve thee. He did not heaven and earth create, yet studies them, not him by whom they be. Teach me thy love to know, that this new light which now I see may both the work and workman show. Then by a sunbeam I will climb to thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sin by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. Oh, that I could sin once see. We paint the devil foul, yet he hath some good in him, all agree. Sin is flat opposite to the Almighty, seeing it wants the good of virtue and of being. But God more care of us hath had. If apparitions make us sad, by sight of sin we should grow mad. Yet as in sleep we see foul death, and live, so devils are our sins in perspective. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Evensong by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. Blessed be the God of love, who gave me eyes and light and power this day, both to be busy and to play. But much more blessed be God above, who gave me sight alone, which to himself he did deny. For when he sees my ways, I die. But I have got his Son, and he hath none. What have I brought thee home for this thy love? Have I discharged the debt which this day's favour did beget? I ran, but all I brought was foam. Thy diet, care, and cost do end in bubbles, balls of wind to thee whom I have crossed, but balls of wildfire to my troubled mind. Yet still thou goest on, and now with darkness closest weary eyes, saying to man, It doth suffice, henceforth repose, your work is done. Thus in thy ebony box thou dost enclose us, till the day put our amendment in our way, and give new wheels to our disordered clocks. I muse, which shows more love, the day or night? That is the gale, this the harbour, that is the walk, and this the arbour, or that the garden, this the grove. My God, thou art all love. Not one poor minute scapes thy breast, but brings a favour from above. And in this love, more than in bed, I rest. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Church Monuments by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. While that my soul repairs to her devotion, here I entomb my flesh, that it betimes may take acquaintance of this heap of dust, to which the blast of death's incessant motion, fed with the exhalation of our crimes, drives all at last. Therefore I gladly trust my body to this school, that it may learn to spell his elements, and find his birth written in dusty heraldry and lines, which dissolution sure doth best discern, comparing dust with dust and earth with earth. These laugh at jeet and marble, put for signs to sever the good fellowship of dust, and spoil the meeting. What shall point out to them, when they shall bow and kneel and fall down flat to kiss those heaps which now they have in trust? Dear flesh, while I do pray, learn here thy stem and true descent, that, when thou shalt grow fat and wanton in thy cravings, thou mayest know that flesh is but the glass which holds the dust, that measures all our time. which also shall be crumbled into dust. Mark here below how tame these ashes are, how free from lust, that thou mayest fit thyself against thy fall. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Church Music by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Paula Messina. Sweetest of sweets, I thank you. When displeasure did through my body wound my mind, you took me thence, and in your house of pleasure a dainty lodging me assigned. Now I and you without a body move, rising and falling with your wings. We both together sweetly live and love, yet say sometimes, God help poor kings. Comfort, I'll die, for if you post from me, sure I shall do so, and much more. But if I travel in your company, you know the way to heaven's door. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Church, Lock and Key by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. I know it is my sin which locks thine ears, and binds thy hands, outcrying my requests, drowning my tears, or else the chillness of my faint demands. But as cold hands are angry with the fire, and mend it still, so I do lay the want of my desire, not on my sins or coldness, but thy will. Yet hear, O God, only for his blood's sake, which pleads for me, for though sins plead too, yet, like stones they make, his blood's sweet current much more loud to be. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Church Floor by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Deanna Lee. Mark you the floor, that square and speckled stone, which looks so firm and strong, is patience. And the other, black and grave, wherewith each one is checkered all along, humility. The gentle rising, which on either hand leads to the choir above, is confidence. But the sweet cement, which in one sure band ties the whole frame, is love and charity. Hither sometimes sin steals and stains the marble's neat and curious veins, but all is cleansed when the marble weeps. Sometimes death, puffing at the door, blows all the dust about the floor, but while he thinks to spoil the room, he sweeps. Blessed be the architect whose art could build so strong in a weak heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Windows by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Lord, how can man preach thy eternal word? He is a brittle, crazy glass, yet in thy temple thou dost him afford this glorious and transcendent place, to be a window through thy grace. But when thou dost anneal in glass thy story, making thy life to shine within the holy preachers, then the light and glory more reverend grows and more doth win, which else shows waterish, bleak and thin. Doctrine and life, colors and light, in one when they combine and mingle, bring a strong regard and awe, but speech alone doth vanish like a flaring thing, and in the care, not conscience, ring. End of poem. This
recording is in the public domain.
Trinity Sunday by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Deanna Lee. Lord, who hast formed me out of mud, and hast redeemed me through thy blood, and sanctified me to do good, purge all my sins done heretofore, for I confess my heavy score, and I will strive to sin no more. Enrich my heart, mouth, hands, and me with faith, with hope, with charity, that I may run, rise, rest with thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Content by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Peace, muttering thoughts, and do not grudge to keep within the walls of your own breast. Who cannot on his own bed sweetly sleep, can on another's hardly rest. Gad not abroad at every quest and call of an untrained hope or passion. To court each place or fortune that doth fall is wantonness in contemplation. Mark how the fire in flint doth quiet lie, content and warm to itself alone. But when it would appear to others' eye, without a knock it never shone. Give me the pliant mind, whose gentle measure complies and suits with all estates, which can let loose to a crown, and yet with pleasure take up within a cloister's gates. This soul doth span the world, and hang content from either pole unto the centre, wherein each room of the well-furnished tent he lies warm and without adventure. The brags of life are but a 9 days' wonder, and after death the fumes that spring from private bodies make as big a thunder as those which rise from a huge king. Only thy chronicle is lost, and yet better by worms be all once spent than to have hellish moths still gnaw and fret thy name in books which may not rent. When all thy deeds, whose brunt thou feelest alone, are chawed by others' pens and tongue, and as their wit is, their digestion, thy nourished fame is weak or strong. Then cease discoursing, soul, till thine own ground. Do not thyself or friends importune. He that by seeking hath himself once found, hath ever found a happy fortune. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Quiddity by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Deanna Lee. My God, a verse is not a crown, no point of honor or gay suit, no hawk or banquet or renown, nor good sword, nor yet a lute. It cannot vault or dance or play, it never was in France or Spain, nor can it entertain the day with a great stable or domain. It is no office, art, or news, nor the exchange or busy hall, but it is that which, while I use, I am with thee, and most take all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Humility by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. I saw the virtues sitting hand in hand, in several ranks upon an azure throne, where all the beasts and fowls, by their command, presented tokens of submission. Humility, who sat the lowest there to execute their call, when by the beasts the presents tendered were, gave them about to all. The angry lion did present his paw, which by consent was given to mansuetude. The fearful hare her ears, which by their law humility did reach to fortitude. The jealous turkey brought his coral chain, that went to temperance. On justice was bestowed the fox's brain, killed in the way by chance. At length the crow, bringing the peacock's plume, for he would not, as they beheld the grace of that brave gift, each one began to fume, and challenge it as proper to his place, till they fell out, which when the beasts espied, they leapt upon the throne, and if the fox had lived to rule their side, they had deposed each one. Humility, who held the plume, at this did weep so fast that the tears trickling down spoiled all the train. Then saying, "Here it is for which ye wrangle," made them turn their frown against the beasts, so jointly bandying, they drive them soon away, and then amerced them, double gifts to bring at the next session day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Frailty by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. Lord, in my silence how do I despise what upon trust is styled honour, riches, or fair eyes, but is fair dust? I surname them gilded clay, dear earth, fine grass, or hay. In all, I think my foot doth ever tread upon their head. But when I view abroad both regiments, the world's and thine, thine clad with simpleness and sad events, the other fine, full of glory and gay weeds, brave language, braver deeds, that which was dust before doth quickly rise, and prick mine eyes. Oh, brook not this, lest if what even now my foot did tread, affront thou joys wherewith thou didst endow, and long since wed, my poor soul, even sick of love, it may a Babel prove, commodious to conquer heaven and thee, planted in me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Constancy by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Deanna Lee. Who is the honest man? He that doth still and strongly good pursue, to God, his neighbour, and himself most true, whom neither force nor fawning can unpin or wrench from giving all their due, whose honesty is not so loose or easy that a ruffling wind can blow away or glittering look it blind, who rides his sure and even trot while the world now rides by, now lags behind, who, when great trials come, nor seeks nor shuns them, but doth calmly stay, till he the thing and the example weigh, all being brought into a sum, what place or person calls for, he doth pay, whom none can work or woo, to use in anything a trick or sleight, for above all things he abhors deceit, his words and works and fashion too, all of a piece, and all are clear and straight, who never melts or thaws at close temptations. When the day is done, his goodness sets not, but in dark can run. The sun to others writeth laws, and is their virtue. Virtue is his son. Who, when he is to treat with sick folks, women, those whom passions sway, allows for that, and keeps his constant way, whom others' faults do not defeat, but though men fail him, yet his part doth play, whom nothing can procure, when the wide world runs by as from his will, to writhe his limbs and share, not mend the ill. This is the marked man, safe and sure, who still is right, and prays to be so still. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Affliction by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. My heart did heave, and there came forth, O God. By that I knew that thou wast in the grief, to guide and govern it to my relief. Making a sceptre of the rod, hast thou not had thy part, sure the unruly sigh had broke my heart. But since thy breath gave me both life and shape, thou knowest my tallies, and when there's assigned so much breath to a sigh, what's then behind? Or if some years with it escape, the sigh then only is a gale to bring me sooner to my bliss. Thy life on earth was grief, and thou art still constant unto it, making it to be a point of honor now to grieve in me, and in thy members suffer ill. They who lament one cross, thou dying daily, praise thee to thy loss. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Star by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Bright spark, shot from a brighter place where beams surround my Saviour's face, canst thou be anywhere so well as there? Yet if thou wilt from thence depart, take a bad lodging in my heart, for thou canst make it debtor and make it better. First with thy firework burn to dust folly, and worse than folly, lust. Then with thy light refine and make it shine, so disengaged from sin and sickness, touch it with thy celestial quickness, that it may hang and move after thy love. Then with our trinity of light, motion, and heat, let's take our flight unto the place where thou before didst bow. Get me a standing there, in place among the beams which crown the face of him who died to part sin and my heart, that so among the rest I may glitter and curl and wind as they, that winding is their fashion of adoration. Sure thou wilt joy by gaining me to fly home, like a latent bee, unto that hive of beams and garland streams. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Sunday by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. O day most calm, most bright, the fruit of this, the next world's bud, the endorsement of supreme delight, writ by a friend and with his blood, the couch of time, care's balm and bay. The week were dark, but for thy light, thy torch doth show the way. The other days and thou make up one man, whose face thou art, knocking at heaven with thy brow. The work days are the back part. The burden of the week lies there, making the whole to stoop and bow, till thy release appear. Man had straightforward gone to endless death, but thou dost pull and turn us round to look on one whom, if we were not very dull, we could not choose but look on still, since there is no place so alone that the which he doth not fill. Sundays the pillars are on which heaven's palace arched lies. The other days fill up the spare and hollow room with vanities. They are the fruitful beds and borders in God's rich garden, that is bare which parts their ranks and orders. The Sundays of man's life, threaded together on time's string, make bracelets to adorn the wife of the eternal glorious King. On Sunday heaven's gate stands ope, blessings are plentiful and ripe, more plentiful than hope. This day my Saviour rose, and did enclose this light for his. that as each beast his manger knows, man might not of his fodder miss. Christ hath took in this piece of ground, and made a garden there for those who want herbs for their wound. The rest of our creation our great Redeemer did remove with the same shake which, at his passion, did the earth and all things with it move. As Samson bore the doors away, Christ's hands, though nailed, wrought our salvation, and did unhinge that day. The brightness of that day we sullied by our foul offence, wherefore that robe we cast away, having a new at his expense, whose drops of blood paid the full price that was required to make us gay and fit for paradise. Thou art a day of mirth, and where the weekdays trail on ground, thy flight is higher as thy birth. O let me take thee at the bound, leaping with thee from 7 to 7, till that we both, being tossed from earth, fly hand in hand to heaven. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Avarice by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Money, thou bane of bliss and source of woe, whence comest thou, that thou art so fresh and fine? I know thy parentage is base and low. Man found thee poor and dirty in a mine. Surely thou didst so little contribute to this great kingdom, which thou now hast got, that he was fain, when thou wert destitute, to dig thee out of thy dark cave and grot. Then forcing thee by fire he made thee bright. Nay, thou hast got the face of man, for we have with our stamp and seal transferred our right. Thou art the man, and man but draweth to thee. Man calleth thee his wealth, who made thee rich, and while he digs out thee, falls in the ditch. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Anagram. Mary, Army by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. How well her name an army doth present, in whom the Lord of hosts did pitch his tent. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. To All Angels and Saints by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. O glorious spirits, who after all your bands see the smooth face of God without a frown or strict commands, where every one is king and hath his crown, if not upon his head, yet in his hands. Not out of envy or maliciousness do I forbear to crave your special aid. I would address my vows to thee most gladly, blessed Maid and Mother of my God, in my distress. Thou art the holy mine whence came the gold, the great restorative for all decay in young and old. Thou art the cabinet where the jewel lay. Chiefly to thee would I my soul unfold. But now, alas, I dare not, for my King, whom we all do jointly adore and praise, bids no such thing. And where his pleasure no injunction lays, 'tis your own case, ye never move a wing. All worship is prerogative, and a flower of his rich crown, from whom lies no appeal at the last hour. Therefore we dare not from his garland steal, to make a posy for inferior power. Although then others court you, if ye know what's done on earth, we shall not fare the worse who do not so. Since we are ever ready to disperse, if any of our Master's hand can show. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Employment by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. He that is weary, let him sit. My soul would stir, and trade in courtesies and wit, quitting the fur, to cold complexions needing it. Man is no star, but a quick coal of mortal fire, who blows it not, nor doth control a faint desire, lets his own ashes choke his soul. When the elements did for place contest with him whose will ordained the highest to be best, the earth sat still, and by the others is oppressed. Life is a business, not good cheer, ever in wars. The sun still shineth there or here, whereas the stars watch an advantage to appear. Oh, that I were an orange tree, that busy plant, then should I ever laden be, and never want some fruit for him that dressed me. But we are still too young or old, the man is gone before we do our wares unfold. So we freeze on until the grave increase our cold. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Denial by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. When my devotions could not pierce thy silent ears, then was my heart broken, as was my verse. My breast was full of fears and disorder. My bent thoughts like a brittle bow did fly asunder, each took his way, some would to pleasures go, some to the wars and thunder of alarms. As good go anywhere, they say, as to be numb both knees and heart in crying night and day, Come, come, my God, oh come, but no hearing. Oh, that thou shouldst give dust a tongue to cry to thee, and then not hear it crying. All day long my heart was in my knee, but no hearing. Therefore my soul lay out of sight, untuned, unstrung, my feeble spirit, unable to look right, like a nipped blossom, hung discontented. O cheer and tune my heartless breast, defer no time, that so thy favors, granting my request, they and my soul may chime and mend my rhyme. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Christmas by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Paula Messina. All after pleasures as I rid one day, my horse and I, both tired, body and mind, with full cry of affections, quite astray, I took up in the next inn I could find. There when I came, whom found I but my dear, my dearest Lord, expecting till the grief of pleasures brought me to him, readied there to be all passengers' most sweet relief. O thou, whose glorious yet contracted light, wrapped in night's mantle, stole into a manger, since my dark soul and brutish is thy right, to man, of all beasts, be not thou a stranger. Furnish and deck my soul, that thou mayest have a better lodging than a rack or grave. The shepherds sing, and shall I silent be? My God, no hymn for thee? My soul's a shepherd too, a flock it feeds of thoughts and words and deeds. The pasture is thy word, the streams thy grace, enriching all the place. Shepherd and flock shall sing, and all my powers outsing the daylight hours. Then we will chide the sun for letting night take up his place and right. We sing one common Lord, wherefore he should himself the candle hold. I will go searching till I find a sun, shall stay till we have done. A willing shiner that shall shine as gladly as frost-nipped suns look sadly. Then we will sing, and shine all our own day, and one another pay. His beams shall cheer my breast, and both so twine, till even his beams sing, and my music shine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ungratefulness by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org. Lord, with what bounty and rare clemency hast thou redeemed us from the grave! If thou hadst let us run, gladly had man adored the sun, and thought his God most brave, where now we shall be better gods than he. Thou hast but two rare cabinets full of treasure, the Trinity and Incarnation. Thou hast unlocked them both, and made them jewels to betroth the work of thy creation unto thyself in everlasting pleasure. The statelier cabinet is the Trinity, whose sparkling light access denies. Therefore thou dost not show this fully to us till death blow the dust into our eyes, for by that powder thou wilt make us see. But all thy sweets are packed up in the other, thy mercies thither flock and flow, that as the first affrights, this may allure us with delights, because this box we know, for we have, all of us, just such another. But man is close, reserved, and dark to thee. When thou demandest but a heart, he cavils instantly. In his poor cabinet of bone, sins have their box apart, defrauding thee, who gave us two for one. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Sighs and Groans by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org. Oh, do not use me. After my sins, look not on my desert, but on thy glory. Then thou wilt reform, and not refuse me, for thou only art the mighty God, but I a silly worm. Oh, do not bruise me. Oh, do not urge me, for what account can thy ill steward make? I have abused thy flock, destroyed thy woods, sucked all thy magazines. My head did ache, till it found out how to consume thy goods. Oh, do not scourge me. Oh, do not blind me. I have deserved that an Egyptian night should thicken all my powers, because my lust hath still sowed fig leaves to exclude thy light. But I am frailty, and already dust. Oh, do not grind me. Oh, do not fill me with the turned vial of thy bitter wrath. For thou hast other vessels full of blood, a part whereof my Saviour emptied hath, even unto death, since he died for my good. Oh, do not kill me. But oh, reprieve me, for thou hast life and death at thy command. Thou art both judge and Saviour, feast and rod, cordial and corrosive. Put not thy hand into the bitter box, but, O my God, relieve me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The World by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org. Love built the stately house where Fortune came, and spinning fancies she was heard to say that her fine cobwebs did support the frame, whereas they were supported by the same. But wisdom quickly swept them all away. Then pleasure came, who, liking not the fashion, began to make balcons, terraces, till she had weakened all by alteration. But reverend laws and many a proclamation reformed all at length with menaces. Then entered sin, and with that sycamore whose leaves first sheltered man from drought and dew, working and winding slyly evermore the inward walls, and summers cleft and tore, but grace shored these, and cut that as it grew. Then sin combined with death in a firm band to raise the building to the very floor, which they effected, none could them withstand. But love took grace and glory by the hand, and built a braver palace than before. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Our life is hid with Christ in God. Read for LibriVox.org. Colossians, chapter 3, verse 3. My words and thoughts do both express this notion, that life hath with the sun a double motion. The first is straight, and our diurnal friend, the other hid, and doth obliquely bend. One life is wrapped in flesh, and tends to earth, the other winds towards him, whose happy birth taught me to live here, so that still one eye should aim and shoot at that which is on high, quitting with daily labor all my pleasure, to gain at harvest an eternal treasure. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Vanity by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. The fleet astronomer can bore and thread the spheres with his quick piercing mind. He views their stations, walks from door to door, surveys as if he had designed to make a purchase there. He sees their dances, and knoweth long before both their full-eyed aspects and secret glances. The nimble diver with his side cuts through the working waves, that he may fetch his dearly earned pearl, which God did hide on purpose from the venturous wretch, that he might save his life, and also hers, who with excessive pride her own destruction and his danger wears. The subtle chemic can divest and strip the creature naked, till he find the callow principles within their nest. There he imparts to them his mind, admitted to their bedchamber, before they appear trim and dressed to ordinary suitors at the door. What hath not man sought out and found but his dear God, who yet his glorious law embosoms in us, mellowing the ground with showers and frosts, with love and awe, so that we need not say, Where's this command? Poor man, thou searchest round to find out death, but missest life at hand. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Lent by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. Welcome, dear feast of Lent. Who loves not thee? He loves not temperance or authority, but is a child of passion. The Scriptures bid us fast, and the Church says, Now give to thy mother what thou willst allow to every corporation. The humble soul, composed of love and fear, begins at home, and lays the burden there. When doctrines disagree, he says, in things which use hath justly got, I am a scandal to the Church, and not the Church is so to me. True Christians should be glad of an occasion to use their temperance, seeking no evasion, when good is seasonable, unless authority, which should increase the obligation on us, make it less, and power itself disable. Besides the cleanness of sweet abstinence, quick thoughts and motions at a small expense, a face not fearing light, whereas in fullness there are sluttish fumes, sour exhalations, and dishonest rheums, revenging the delight. Then those same pendant profits which the spring and Easter intimate, enlarge the thing and goodness of the deed, neither ought other men's abuse of Lent spoil our good use, lest by that argument we forfeit all our creed. It's true we cannot reach Christ's 40th day, yet to go part of that religious way is better than to rest. We cannot reach our Saviour's purity, yet are we bid, Be holy even as he. In both let's do our best. Who goeth in the way which Christ hath gone is much more sure to meet with him than one that travelleth by ways. Perhaps my God, though he be fair before, may turn and take me by the hand, and more may strengthen my decays. Yet, Lord, instruct us to improve our fast by starving sin, and taking such repast as may our faults control, that every man may revel at his door, not in his parlour, banqueting the poor, and among those his soul. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Virtue by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. Sweet day, so cool, so calm, so bright, the bridal of the earth and sky, the dew shall weep thy fall tonight, for thou must die. Sweet rose, whose hue angry and brave bids the rash gazer wipe his eye, thy root is ever in its grave, and thou must die. Sweet spring, full of sweet days and roses, a box where sweets compacted lie, my music shows ye have your closes, and all must die. Only a sweet and virtuous soul, like seasoned timber, never gives, but though the whole world turn to coal, then chiefly lives. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Pearl by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. Matthew chapter 13. I know the ways of learning, both the head and pipes that feed the press and make it run, what reason hath from nature borrowed, or of itself like a good huswife spun. And laws and policy, what the stars conspire, what willing nature speaks, what forced by fire. Both though discoveries and the new-found seas, the stock and surplus, cause and history, all these stand open, or I have the keys. Yet I love thee. I know the ways of honor, what maintains the quick returns of courtesy and wit, in devise of favors, whether party gains, when glory swells the heart, and mouldeth it to all expressions both of hand and eye, which on the world a true love knot may tie, and bear the bundle, wheresoever it goes. How many drams of spirit there must be to sell my life unto my friends or foes! Yet I love thee. I know the ways of pleasure, the sweet strains, the lullings and the relishes of it, the propositions of hot blood and brains, what mirth and music mean, what love and wit have done these 200 years and more. I know the projects of unbridled store. My stuff is flesh, not brass. My senses live, and grumble oft that they have more in me than he that curbs them, being but 1 to 5. Yet I love thee. I know all these, and have them in my hand. Therefore, not sealed, but with open eyes, I fly to thee, and fully understand both the main sail and the commodities, and at what rate and price I have thy love, with all these circumstances that may move. Yet through the labyrinths, not my groveling wit, but thy silk twist let down from heaven to me, did both conduct and teach me how by it to climb to thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Temptation by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. Broken in pieces all asunder, Lord, hunt me not. A thing forgot, once a poor creature, now a wonder tortured in the space betwixt this world and that of grace. My thoughts are all a case of knives, wounding my heart with scattered smart, as watering pots give flowers their lives. Nothing their fury can control, while they do wound and prick my soul. All my attendants are at strife, quitting their place unto my face. Nothing performs the task of life. The elements are let loose to fight, and while I live, try out their right. O help, my God! Let not their plot kill them and me, and also thee, who art my life. Dissolve the knot, as the sun scatters by his light all the rebellions of the night. Then shall those powers which work for grief enter thy pay, and day by day labor thy praise in my relief, with care and courage building me, till I reach heaven, and much more thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Man by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. My God, I heard this day that none doth build a stately habitation, but he that means to dwell therein. What house more stately hath there been, or can be, than is man, to whose creation all things are in decay? For man is everything, and more. He is a tree, yet bears no fruit; a beast, yet is or should be more. Reason and speech we only bring. Parrots may thank us, if they are not mute. They go upon the score. Man is all symmetry, full of proportions, one limb to another, and all to all the world besides. Each part may call the farthest brother, for head with foot hath private amity, and both with moons and tides. Nothing hath got so far, but man hath caught and kept it as his prey. His eyes dismount the highest star. He is in little all the sphere. Herbs gladly cure our flesh, because that they find their acquaintance there. For us the winds do blow, the earth resteth, heaven meweth, fountains flow. Nothing we see but means our good, as our delight, or as our treasure. The whole is either our cupboard of food, or cabinet of pleasure. The stars have us to bed. Night draws the curtain, which the sun withdraws. Music and light attend our head, and all things unto our flesh are kind in their descent and being, to our mind in their ascent and cause. Each thing is full of duty. Waters united are our navigation, distinguished our habitation. Below our drink, above our meat, both our cleanliness. Hath one such beauty? Then how are all things neat? More servants wait on man than he'll take notice of. In every path he treads down that which doth befriend him, when sickness makes him pale and wan. And mighty, O mighty love, man is one world, and hath another to attend him. Since then, my God, thou hast so brave a palace built, O dwell in it, that it may dwell with thee at last. Till then afford us so much wit, that as the world serves us, we may serve thee, and both thy servants be. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Antiphon by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. Praised be the God of love, here below and here above, who hath dealt his mercies so to his friend and to his foe, that both grace and glory tend us of old and us in the end. The great shepherd of the fold us did make, for us was sold. He our foes in pieces break, him we touch and him we take. Wherefore, since that he is such, we adore and we do crouch. Lord, thy praises should be more, we have none, and we no store. Praised be the God alone, who hath made of two folds one. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Unkindness by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. Lord, make me coy and tender to offend. In friendship, first I think if that agree which I intend unto my friend's intent and end. I would not use a friend as I use thee. If any touch my friend or his good name, it is my honour and my love to free his blasted fame from the least spot or thought of blame. I could not use a friend as I use thee. My friend may spit upon my curious floor. Would he have gold? I lend it instantly. But let the poor, and thou within them, starve at door. I cannot use a friend as I use thee. When that my friend pretendeth to a place stretched forth, I quit my interest and leave it free. But when thy grace sues for my heart, I thee displace. Nor would I use a friend as I use thee. Yet can a friend what thou hast done fulfill? O, write in brass, my God upon a tree his blood did spill only to purchase my goodwill. Yet use I not my foes as I use thee? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Life by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. I made a posy while the day ran by. Here will I smell my remnant out and tie my life within this band. But time did beckon to the flowers, and they by noon most cunningly did steal away, and withered in my hand. My hand was next to them, and then my heart. I took, without more thinking, in good part time's gentle admonition. Who did so sweetly death's sad taste convey, making my mind to smell my fatal day, yet sugaring the suspicion? Farewell, dear flowers, sweetly your time ye spent, fit while ye lived for smell or ornament, and after death for cures. I follow straight, without complaints or grief, since if my scent be good, I care not if it be as short as yours. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Submission by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. But that thou art my wisdom, Lord, and both mine eyes are thine, my mind would be extremely stirred for missing my design. Were it not better to bestow some place and power on me? Then should thy praises with me grow, and share in my degree. But when I thus dispute and grieve, I do resume my fight, and pilfering what I once did give, disseize thee of thy right. How know I, if thou shouldst me raise, that I should then raise thee? Perhaps great places and thy praise do not so well agree. Wherefore unto my gift I stand, I will no more advise. Only do thou lend me a hand, since thou hast both mine eyes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Justice by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox by James Martin. I cannot skill of these thy ways. Lord, thou dost make me, yet thou woundest me. Lord, thou dost wound me, yet thou dost relieve me. Lord, thou relievest, yet I die by thee. Lord, thou dost kill me, yet thou dost reprieve me. But when I mark my life in praise, thy justice me most fitly pays. For I do praise thee, yet I praise thee not. My prayers mean thee, yet my prayers stray. I would do well, yet sin the hand hath got. My soul doth love thee, yet it loves delays. I cannot skill of these my ways. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Charms and Knots by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Matthew Flowett. Who read a chapter when they rise shall ne'er be troubled with ill eyes. A poor man's rod when thou dost ride is both a weapon and a guide. Who shuts his hand hath lost his gold. Who opens it hath it twice told. Who goes to bed and doth not pray maketh 2 nights to every day. Who by aspersions throw a stone at the head of others hit their own. Who looks on ground with humble eyes finds himself there and seeks to rise. When the hair is sweet through pride or lust, the powder doth forget the dust. Take 1 from 10 and what remains? 10 still, if sermons go for gains. In shallow waters heaven doth show, but who drinks on to hell may go. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Affliction by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Matthew Flowett. My God, I read this day that planted paradise was not so firm as was and is thy floating ark, whose stay and anchor thou art only, to confirm and strengthen it in every age, when waves do rise and tempests rage. At first we lived in pleasure. Thine own delights thou didst to us impart. When we grew wanton, thou didst use displeasure to make us thine, yet that we might not part, as we at first did board with thee. Now thou wouldst taste our misery. There is but joy and grief. If either will convert us, we are thine. Some angels use the first. If our relief, take up the second, then thy double line, and several baits in either kind, furnish thy table to thy mind. Affliction, then, is ours. We are the trees, whom shaking fastens more, while blustering winds destroy the wanton bowers, and ruffle all their curious knots and store. My God, so temper joy and woe, that thy bright beams may tame thy bow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Mortification by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Matthew Flowett. How soon doth man decay, when clothes are taken from a chest of sweets to swaddle infants, whose young breath scarce knows the way. Those clouts are little winding sheets, which do consign and send them unto death. When boys go first to bed, they step into their voluntary graves. Sleep binds them fast, only their breath makes them not dead. Successive nights, like rolling waves, convey them quickly who are bound for death. When youth is frank and free, and calls for music, while his veins do swell, all day exchanging mirth and breath, in company that music summons to the knell, which shall befriend him at the house of death. When man grows staid and wise, getting a house and home where he may move within the circle of his breath, schooling his eyes, that dumb enclosure maketh love unto the coffin that attends his death. When age grows low and weak, marking his grave, and thawing every year, till all do melt and drown his breath, when he would speak, a chair or litter shows the bier which shall convey him to the house of death. Man, ere he is aware, hath put together a solemnity, and dressed his hearse while he has breath as yet to spare. Yet, Lord, instruct us so to die, that all these dyings may be life in death. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Decay by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. Sweet were the days when thou didst lodge with Lot, struggle with Jacob, sit with Gideon, advise with Abraham when thy power could not, encounter Moses' strong complaints and moan. Thy words were then, let me alone. One might have sought and found thee presently at some fair oak or bush or cave or well. Is my God this way? No, they would reply, he is to Sinai gone, as we heard tell. List, ye may hear great Aaron's bell. But now thou dost thyself immure and close in some one corner of a feeble heart, where yet both sin and Satan, thy old foes, do pinch and straiten thee and use much art to gain thy thirds and little pot. I see the world grows old when as the heat of thy great love once spread as in an urn, doth closet up itself and still retreat, cold sin still forging it till it return, and calling justice, all things burn. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Misery by George Herbert. LibreVox.org by Kevin S. Lord, let the angels praise thy name. Man is a foolish thing, a foolish thing. Folly and sin play all his game. His house still burns, and yet he still doth sing. Man is but grass, he knows it. Fill the glass. How canst thou brook his foolishness? Why, he'll not lose a cup of drink for thee. Bid him but temper his excess. Not he knows where he can better be, as he will swear, than to serve thee in fear. What strange pollutions doth he wed, and make his own, as if none knew but he. No man shall beat into his head, that thou within his curtains draw canst see. They are of cloth, where never yet came moth. The best of men turn but thy hand, for one poor minute, stumble at a pin. They would not have their actions scanned, nor any sorrow tell them that they sin, though it be small, and measure not their fall. They quarrel thee, and would give over the bargain made to serve thee, but thy love holds them unto it, and doth cover their follies with the wings of thy mild dove, not suffering those who would to be thy foes. My God, man cannot praise thy name. Thou art all brightness, perfect purity. The sun holds down his head for shame. Dead with eclipses when we speak of thee, how shall infection presume on thy perfection? As dirty hands foul all they touch, and those things most which are most pure and fine, so our clay hearts, even when we crouch to sing thy praises, make them less divine. Yet either this or none thy portion is. Man cannot serve thee, let him go and serve the swine. There is his delight. He doth not like this virtue, no. Give him his dirt to wallow in all night. These preachers make his head to shoot and ache. O foolish man, where are thine eyes? How hast thou lost them in a crowd of cares? Thou pullest the rug, and wilt not rise. No, not to purchase the whole pack of stars. There let them shine. Thou must go sleep or dine. The bird that sees a dainty bower made in the tree where she was wont to sit, wonders and sings, but not his power, who made the arbor. This exceeds her wit. But man doth know the spring whence all things flow, and yet, as though he knew it not, his knowledge winks, and lets his humours reign. They make his life a constant blot, and all the blood of God to run in vain. Ah, wretch, what verse can thy strange ways rehearse? Indeed, at first man was a treasure, a box of jewels, shop of rarities, a ring whose posy was my pleasure. He was a garden in a paradise. Glory and grace did crown his heart and face. But sin hath fooled him. Now he is a lump of flesh, without a foot or wing to raise him to a glimpse of bliss. A sick-tossed vessel, dashing on each thing, nay, his own shelf. My God, I mean myself. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Jordan by George Herbert. LibreVox.org by Kevin S. When first my verse of heavenly joys made mention, such was their lustre, they did so excel, that I sought out quaint words in trim invention. My thoughts began to burnish, sprout, and swell, curling with metaphors of plain intention, decking the sense as if it were to sell. Thousands of notions in my brain did run, offering their service. If I were not sped, I often blotted what I had begun. This was not quick enough, and that was dead. Nothing could seem too rich to clothe the sun, much less these joys which trample on his head. As flames do work and wind when they ascend, so did I weave myself into the sense. But when I bustled, I might hear a friend whisper, how wide is all this long pretense? There is in love a sweetness ready penned. Copy out only that, and save expense. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Prayer by George Herbert. LibreVox.org by Kevin S. Of what an easy, quick access, my blessed Lord, art thou, How suddenly may our request thine ears invade, to show that state dislikes not easiness. If I but lift mine eyes, my suit is made. Thou canst no more not hear than thou canst die. Of what supreme almighty power is thy great arm, which spans the east and west, and tacks the centre to the sphere? By it do all things live their measured hour. We cannot ask the thing which is not there, blaming the shallowness of our request. Of what unmeasurable love art thou possessed, who, when thou couldst not die, wert fain to take our flesh and curse, and for our sakes and person sin reprove, that by destroying that which tried thy purse, thou mightst make way for liberality? Since then these three wait on thy throne, ease, power, and love, I value prayer so that, were I to leave all but one, wealth, fame, endowments, virtues, all should go. I and dear prayer would together dwell, and quickly gain for each inch lost an ell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Obedience by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. My God, if writings may convey a lordship any way, whither the buyer and the seller please, let it not thee displease if this poor paper do as much as they. On it my heart doth bleed as many lines as there doth need to pass itself and all it hath to thee, to which I do agree, and here present it as my special deed. If that hereafter pleasure cavil, and claim her part and measure, as if this pass it with a reservation, or some such words and fashion, I here shut out the wrangler from thy treasure. O let thy sacred will all thy delight in me fulfill. Let me not think and action mine own way, but as thy love shall sway, resigning up the rudder to thy skill. Lord, what is man to thee, that thou shouldst mind a rotten tree? Yet since thou canst not choose but see my actions, so great are thy perfections, thou mayst as well my actions guide as see. Besides, thy death and blood showed a strange love to all our good. Thy sorrows were in earnest, no faint proffer, or superficial offer of what we might not take or be withstood. Wherefore I all forego, to one word only I say no. Where in the deed there was an intimation of a gift or donation, Lord, let it now by way of purchase go. He that will pass his land, as I have mine, may set his hand and heart unto this deed, when he hath read and made the purchase spread to both our goods, if he to it will stand. How happy were my part, if some kind man would thrust his heart into these lines, till in heaven's court of rolls they were by winged souls entered for both, far above their desert. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Conscience by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Peace, prattler, do not lour, not a fair look, but thou dost call it foul, not a sweet dish, but thou dost call it sour. Music to thee doth howl. By listening to thy chatting fears, I have both lost mine eyes and ears. Prattler, no more, I say. My thoughts must work, but like a noiseless sphere, harmonious peace must rock them all the day. No room for prattlers there. If thou persisteth, I will tell thee that I have physic to expel thee. And the receipt shall be my Saviour's blood. Whenever at his board I do but taste it, straight it cleanseth me, and leaves thee not a word. No, not a tooth or nail to scratch, and at my actions carp or catch. Yet if thou talkest still, besides my physic, know there's some for thee, some wood and nails to make a staff or bill for those that trouble me. The bloody cross of my dear Lord is both my physic and my sword. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Zion by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Lord, with what glory wast thou served of old, when Solomon's temple stood and flourished, where most things were of purest gold, the wood was all embellished with flowers and carvings mystical and rare, all showed the builders craved the seer's care. Yet all this glory, all this pomp and state, did not affect thee much, was not thy aim. Something there was that sowed debate, wherefore thou quittest thy ancient claim, and now thy architecture meets with sin, for all thy frame and fabric is within. There thou art struggling with a peevish heart, which sometimes crosseth thee, thou sometimes it. The fight is hard on either part, great God doth fight, he doth submit. All Solomon's sea of brass and world of stone is not so dear to thee as one good groan. And truly brass and stones are heavy things, tombs for the dead, not temples fit for thee, but groans are quick and full of wings, and all their motions upward be. And ever as they mount like larks they sing, the note is sad, yet music for a king. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Home by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Come, Lord, my head doth burn, my heart is sick, while thou dost ever, ever stay. Thy long deferrings wound me to the quick, my spirit gaspeth night and day. O show thyself to me, or take me up to thee. How canst thou stay, considering the pace the blood did make which thou didst waste? When I behold it trickling down thy face, I never saw a thing make such haste. O show thyself to me, or take me up to thee. When man was lost, thy pity looked about to see what help in the earth or sky. But there was none, at least no help without. The help did in thy bosom lie. O show thyself to me, or take me up to thee. There lay thy son, and must he leave that nest, that hive of sweetness, to remove thraldom from those who would not at a feast leave one poor apple for thy love? O show thyself to me, or take me up to thee. He did. He came. O my Redeemer dear, after all this canst thou be strange? So many years baptized, and not appear, as if thy love could fail or change? O show thyself to me, or take me up to thee. Yet if thou stayest still, why must I stay? My God, what is this world to me, this world of woe? Hence, all ye clouds, away, away, I must get up and see. O show thyself to me, or take me up to thee. What is this weary world, this meat and drink that chains us by the teeth so fast? What is this womankind which I can wink into a blackness and distaste? O show thyself to me, or take me up to thee. With one small sigh thou gavest me the other day, I blasted all the joys about me, and scowling on them as they pined away, now come again, said I, and flout me. O show thyself to me, or take me up to thee. Nothing but drought and dearth, but bush and brake, which way soe'er I look, I see. Some may dream merrily, but when they wake, they dress themselves and come to thee. O show thyself to me, or take me up to thee. We talk of harvests. There are no such things but when we leave our corn and hay. There is no fruitful year but that which brings the last and loved, though dreadful day. O show thyself to me, or take me up to thee. O loose this frame, this knot of man untie, that my free soul may use her wing, which now is pinioned with mortality, as an entangled, hampered thing. O show thyself to me, or take me up to thee. What have I left that I should stay and groan? The most of me to heaven is fled. My thoughts and joys are all packed up and gone, and for their old acquaintance pled. O show thyself to me, or take me up to thee. Come, dearest Lord, pass not this holy season. My flesh and bones and joints do pray. And even my verse, when by the rhyme and reason the word is stay, says ever, come. O show thyself to me, or take me up to thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The British Church by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. I joy, dear mother, when I view thy perfect lineaments and hue, both sweet and light. Beauty in thee takes up her place, and dates her letters from thy face, when she doth write. A fine aspect in fit array, neither too mean nor yet too gay, shows who is best. Outlandish looks may not compare, for all they either painted are, or else undressed. She on the hills which wantonly allureth all in hope to be by her preferred, hath kissed so long her painted shrines, that e'en her face by kissing shines for her reward. She in the valley is so shy of dressing, that her hair doth lie about her ears. While she avoids her neighbour's pride, she wholly goes on t'other side, and nothing wears. But, dearest mother, what those miss, the mean thy praise and glory is, and long may be. Blessed be God, whose love it was, to double mote thee with his grace, and none but thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Quip by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. The merry world did on a day with his train bands and mates agree to meet together where I lay, and all in sport to jeer at me. First beauty crept into a rose, which when I plucked not, "Sir," said she, "tell me, I pray, whose hands are those?" But thou shalt answer, Lord, for me. Then money came, and chinking still, "What tune is this, poor man?" said he. "I heard in music you had skill." But thou shalt answer, Lord, for me. Then came brave Glory puffing by, in silks that whistled, who but he? He scarce allowed me half an eye. But thou shalt answer, Lord, for me. Then came quick wit and conversation, and he would needs a comfort be, and, to be short, make an oration. But thou shalt answer, Lord, for me. Yet when the hour of thy design to answer these fine things shall come, speak not at large. Say, I am thine, and then they have their answer home. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Vanity by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Poor silly soul, whose hope and head lies low, whose flat delights on earth do creep and grow, to whom the stars shine not so fair as eyes, nor solid work as false embroideries. Hark and beware, lest what you now do measure and write for sweet prove a most sour displeasure. Oh, hear betimes, lest thy relenting may come too late. To purchase heaven for repenting is no hard rate. If souls be made of earthly mold, let them love gold. If born on high, let them unto their kindred fly, for they can never be at rest till they regain their ancient nest. Then, silly soul, take heed, for earthly joy is but a bubble, and makes thee a boy. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Dawning by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Awake, sad heart, whom sorrow ever drowns, take up thine eyes, which feed on earth, unfold thy forehead gathered into frowns. Thy Saviour comes, and with him mirth. Awake, awake, and with a thankful heart his comforts take. But thou dost still lament and pine and cry, and feel his death, but not his victory. Arise, sad heart, if thou dost not withstand, Christ's resurrection thine may be. Do not by hanging down break from the hand which, as it rises, raiseth thee. Arise, arise, and with his burial linen dry thine eyes. Christ left his grave clothes, that we might, when grief draws tears or blood, not want an handkerchief. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Jesu by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Jesu is in my heart, his sacred name is deeply carved there. But the other week a great affliction broke the little frame, even all to pieces, which I went to seek, and first I found the corner where was J, after where ES, and next where U was graved. When I had got these parcels, instantly I sat me down to spell them, and perceived that to my broken heart he was I ease you, and to my whole is Jesu. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Business by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Canst be idle? Canst thou play, foolish soul, who sinned today? Rivers run, and springs each one know their home, and get them gone. Hast thou tears, or hast thou none? If, poor soul, thou hast no tears, would thou hadst no faults or fears. Who hath these, those ill forbears. Winds still work, it is their plot, be the season cold or hot. Hast thou sighs, or hast thou not? If thou hast no sighs or groans, would thou hadst no flesh and bones. Lesser pains scape greater ones. But if yet thou idle be, foolish soul, who died for thee? Who did leave his father's throne to assume thy flesh and bone? Had he life, or had he none? If he had not lived for thee, thou hadst died most wretchedly, and 2 deaths had been thy fee. He so far thy good did plot, that his own self he forgot. Did he die, or did he not? If he had not died for thee, thou hadst lived in misery. 2 lives worse than 10 deaths be. And hath any space of breath twixt his sins and Saviour's death? He that loseth gold, though dross, tells to all he meets his cross. He that sins, hath he no loss? He that finds a silver vein thinks on it, and thinks again. Brings thy Saviour's death no gain? Who in heart not ever kneels, neither sin nor Saviour feels. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Dialogue by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Man. Sweetest Saviour, if my soul were but worth the having, quickly should I then control any thought of waving. But when all my care and pains cannot give the name of gains to thy wretch so full of stains, what delight or hope remains? Saviour. What, child? Is the balance thine, thine the poise and measure? If I say, thou shalt be mine, finger not my treasure. What the gains in having thee do amount to, only he who for man was sold can see, that transferred the accounts to me. Man. But as I can see no merit leading to this favor, so the way to fit me for it is beyond my favor. As the reason, then, is thine, so the way is none of mine. I disclaim the whole design. Sin disclaims, and I resign. That is all. If that I could get without repining, Saviour, and my clay, my creature, would follow my resigning, that as I did freely part with my glory and desert, left all joys to feel all smart. Man. Ah, no more, thou breakest my heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dullness by George Herbert, read for LibriVox by Mark Stansbury. Why do I languish thus, drooping and dull, as if I were all earth? O give me quickness, that I may with mirth praise thee brimful. The wanton lover in a curious strain can praise his fairest fair, and with quaint metaphors her curled hair curl o'er again. Thou art my loveliness, my life, my light, beauty alone to me. Thy bloody death and undeserved makes thee pure red and white. When all perfections as but one appear, that those thy form doth show, the very dust where thou dost tread and go makes beauties here. Where are my lines then, my approaches, views? Where are my window songs? Lovers are still pretending, and even wrongs sharpen their muse. But I am lost in flesh, whose sugared lies still mock me and grow bold. Sure thou didst put a mind there, if I could find where it lies. Lord, clear thy gift, that with a constant wit I may but look towards thee. Look only, for to love thee who can be what angel fit? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lovejoy by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. As on a window late I cast mine eye, I saw a vine drop grapes with J and C, annealed on every bunch. One standing by asked what it meant. I, who am never loath to spend my judgment, said, "It seemed to me to be the body and the letters both of joy and charity." "Sir, you have not missed," the man replied. "It figures Jesus Christ." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Providence by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox by Mark Stansbury. O sacred Providence, who from end to end strongly and sweetly movest, shall I write, and not of thee, through whom my fingers bend to hold my quill, shall they not do thee right? Of all the creatures both in sea and land, only to man thou hast made known thy ways, and put the pen alone into his hand, and made him secretary of thy praise. Beasts fain would sing, birds ditty to their notes, trees would be tuning on their native lute to thy renown, but all their hands and throats are brought to man, while they are lame and mute. Man is the world's high priest, he doth present the sacrifice for all, while they below unto the service mutter an assent, such as springs use that fall and winds that blow. He that to praise and laud thee doth not refrain unto himself alone, but robs 1,000 who would praise thee fain, and doth commit a world of sin in one. The beasts say, eat me, but if beasts must teach, the tongue is yours to eat, but mine to praise. The trees say, pull me, but the hand you stretch is mine to write, as it is yours to raise. Wherefore, most sacred Spirit, I here present for me and all my fellows praise to thee, and thus it is that I should pay the rent, because the benefit accrues to me. We all acknowledge both thy power and love to be exact, transcendent, and divine, who dost so strongly and so sweetly move, while all things have their will, yet none but thine. For either thy command or thy permission lay hands on all. They are thy right and left. The first puts on with speed and expedition, the other curbs sin's stealing pace and theft. Nothing escapes them both. All must appear and be disposed and dressed and tuned by thee, who sweetly temperest all. If we could hear thy skill and art, what music would it be? Thou art in small things great, not small in any. Thy even praise can neither rise nor fall. Thou art in all things one, in each thing many, for thou art infinite in one and all. Tempests are calm to thee, they know thy hand, and hold it fast, as children do their fathers, which cry and follow. Thou hast made poor sand check the proud sea, even when it swells and gathers. The cupboard serves the world, the meat is set, where all may reach, no beast but knows his feed. Birds teach us hawking, fishes have their net, the great prey on the less, they on some weed. Nothing engendered doth prevent his meat, flies have their table spread ere they appear. Some creatures have in winter what to eat, others do sleep and envy not their cheer. How finely dost thou times and seasons spend, and make a twist checkered with night and day, which as it lengthens winds, and winds us in as bowls go on but turning all the way.
Each creature hath a wisdom for his good. The pigeons feed their tender offspring, crying when they are callow, but withdraw their food when they are fledged, that need may teach them flying. Bees work for man, and yet they never bruise their master's flower, but leave it, having done, as fair as ever, and as fit to use, so both the flower doth stay, and honey run. Sheep eat the grass, and dung the ground for moor. Trees, after bearing, drop their leaves for soil. Springs vent their streams, and by expense get store. Clouds cool by heat, and baths by cooling boil. Who hath the virtue to express the rare and curious virtues both of herbs and stones? Is there an herb for that? Oh, that thy care would show a root that gives expressions. And if an herb hath power, what have the stars? A rose, besides his beauty, is a cure. Doubtless our plagues and plenty, peace and wars, are there much surer than our art is sure. Thou hast hid metals. Man may take them thence, but at his peril. When he digs the place, he makes a grave, as if the thing had sense, and threatened man that he should fill the space. Even poisons praise thee. Should a thing be lost, should creatures want, for want of heed, their due? Since where are poisons, antidotes are most. The help stands close, and keeps the fear in view. The sea, which seems to stop the traveller, is by a ship the speedier passage made. The winds, who think they rule the mariner, are ruled by him and taught to serve his trade. And as thy house is full, so I adore thy curious art in marshalling thy goods. The hills with health abound, the vales with store, the south with marble, the north with firs and woods. Hard things are glorious, easy things look cheap. The common all men have, that which is rare, men therefore seek to have and care to keep. The healthy frosts with summer fruits compare. Light without wind is glass, warm without weight, is wool and furs, cool without closeness, shade, speed without pains, a horse, tall without height, a servile hawk, low without loss, a spade. All countries have enough to serve their need. If they seek fine things, thou dost make them run for their offence, and then dost turn their speed to be commerce and trade from sun to sun. Nothing wears clothes but man, nothing doth need but he to wear them. Nothing useth fire but man alone to show his heavenly breed, and only he hath fuel in desire. When the earth was dry, thou madest a sea of wet. When that lay gathered, thou didst broach the mountains. When yet some places could no moisture get, the winds grew gardeners and clouds good fountains. Rain, do not hurt my flowers, but gently spend your honey drops. Press not to smell them here. When they are ripe, their odor will ascend, and at your lodgings with their thanks appear. How harsh are thorns to pears, and yet they make a better hedge and need less reparation. How smooth are silks compared with a stake, or with a stone, yet make no good foundation. Sometimes thou dost divide thy gifts to man, sometimes unite. The Indian nut alone is clothing, meat and trencher, drink and can, boat, cable, sail, and needle, all in one. Most herbs that grow in brooks are hot and dry. Cold fruits' warm kernels help against the wind. The lemon's juice and rind cure mutually. The way of milk doth loose, the milk doth bind. Thy creatures lead not, but express a feast, where all the guests sit close, and nothing wants. Frogs marry fish and flesh, bats bird and beast, sponges nonsense and sense, minds earth and plants. To show thou art not bound, as if thy lot were worse than ours, sometimes thou shiftest hands. Most things move thunderjaw, the crocodile not. Most things sleep lying, the elephant leans or stands. But who hath praise enough? Nay, who hath any? None can express thy works but he that knows them, and none can know thy works, which are so many and so complete, but only he that owes them. All things that are, though they have several ways, yet in their being join with one advice, to honour thee. And so I give thee praise in all my other hymns, but in this twice. Each thing that is, although in use and name it go for one, hath many ways in store to honour thee, and so each hymn thy fame extolleth many ways, yet this one more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hope by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. I gave to Hope a watch of mine, but he an anchor gave to me. Then an old prayer book I did present, and he an optic sent. With that I gave a vial full of tears, but he a few green ears. Ah, loiterer, I'll no more I'll bring. I did expect a ring. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sins Round by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org by Mark Stansbury. Sorry I am, my God, sorry I am, that my offences corset in a ring. My thoughts are working like a busy flame, until their cockatrice they hatch and bring. And when they once have perfected their draughts, my words take fire from my inflamed thoughts. My words take fire from my inflamed thoughts, which spit it forth like the Sicilian hill. They vent the wares, and pass them with their faults, and by their breathing ventilate the ill. But words suffice not. Where are lewd intentions? My hands do join to finish the inventions. My hands do join to finish the inventions, and so my sins ascend 3 stories high, as Babel grew before there were dissensions. Yet ill deeds loiter not, for they supply new thoughts of sinning, wherefore, to my shame, sorry I am, my God, sorry I am. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Time by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org by Mark Stansbury. Meeting with Time, slack thing, said I, thy scythe is dull, whet it for shame. No marvel, sir, he did reply, if it at length deserve some blame, for where one man would have me grind it, 20 for one too sharp do find it. Perhaps some such of old did pass, who above all things loved this life, to whom thy scythe a hatchet was, which now is but a pruning knife. Christ's coming hath made man thy debtor, since by thy cutting he grows better. And in his blessing thou art blessed, for where thou only wert before an executioner at best, thou art a gardener now, and more, an usher to convey our souls beyond the utmost stars and poles. And this is that makes life so long, while it detains us from our God. Even pleasures here increase the wrong, and length of days lengthen the rod. Who wants the place where God doth dwell, partakes already half of hell. Of what strange length must that needs be, which even eternity excludes? Thus far time heard me patiently, then chafing said, This man deludes. What do I hear before his door? He doth not crave less time, but more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Gratefulness by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Joanna Michael Hoyt. Thou that hast given so much to me, give one thing more, a grateful heart. See how thy beggar works on thee by art. He makes thy gifts occasion more, and says if he in this be crossed, all thou hast given him heretofore is lost. But thou didst reckon, when at first thy word our hearts and hands did crave, what it would come to at the worst to save. Perpetual knockings at thy door, tears sullying thy transparent rooms, gift upon gift, much would have more, and comes. This notwithstanding, thou wentst on, and didst allow us all our noise. Nay, thou hast made us sigh and groan thy joys. Not that thou hast not still above much better tunes than groans can make, but that these country airs thy love did take. Wherefore I cry and cry again, and in no quiet canst thou be till I a thankful heart obtain of thee. Not thankful when it pleaseth me, as if thy blessings had spare days, but such a heart whose pulse may be thy praise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Peace by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Chris M. Sweet peace, where dost thou dwell? I humbly crave. Let me once know. I sought thee in a secret cave, and asked if peace were there. A hollow wind did seem to answer, No, go seek elsewhere. I did, and going did a rainbow note. Surely, thought I, this is the lace of peace's coat. I will search out the matter, but while I looked, the clouds immediately did break and scatter. Then went I to a garden, and did spy a gallant flower, the crown imperial. Sure, said I, peace at the root must dwell. But when I digged, I saw a worm devour what showed so well. At length I met a reverend good old man, whom when for peace I did demand, he thus began. There was a prince of old at Salem dwelt, who lived with good increase of flock and fold. He sweetly lived, yet sweetness did not save his life from foes. But after death out of his grave there sprang 12 stalks of wheat, which many wondering at, got some of those to plant and set. It prospered strangely, and did soon disperse through all the earth, for they that taste it do rehearse that virtue lies therein, a secret virtue, bringing peace and mirth by flight of sin. Take of this grain, which in my garden grows, and grows for you, make bread of it, and that repose and peace, which everywhere with so much earnestness you do pursue, is only there. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Confession by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Joanna Michael Hoyt. Oh, what a cunning guest is this same grief! Within my heart I made closets, and in them many a chest, and like a master in my trade, in those chests boxes, in each box a till. Yet grief knows all, and enters when he will. No screw, no piercer can into a piece of timber work and wind as God's affections into man, when he a torture hath designed. They are too subtle for the subtlest hearts, and fall like rheums upon the tenderest parts. We are the earth, and they like moles within us heave and cast about, and till they foot and clutch their prey they never cool, much less give out. No smith can make such locks, but they have keys. Closets are halls to them, and hearts highways. Only an open breast doth shut them out, so that they cannot enter, or if they enter cannot rest, but quickly seek some new adventure. Smooth open hearts no fastening have, but fiction doth give a hold and handle to affliction. Wherefore, my faults and sins, Lord, I acknowledge, take thy plagues away. For since confession pardon wins, I challenge here the brightest day, the clearest diamond, Let them do their best, they shall be thick and cloudy to my breast. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Giddiness by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox by Mark Stansbury. Oh, what a thing is man, how far from power, from settled peace and rest. He is some 20, several men at least, each several hour. One while he counts of heaven as of his treasure, but then a thought creeps in, and calls him coward, who for fear of sin will lose a pleasure. Now he will fight it out, and to the wars, now eat his bread in peace, and snudge and quiet, now he scorns increase, now all day spares. He builds a house which quickly down must go, as if a whirlwind blew, and crush the building, and it's partly true, his mind is so. Oh, what a sight were man if his attires did alter with his mind, and like a dolphin's skin his clothes combined with his desires. Surely if each one saw another's heart, there would be no commerce, no sale or bargain pass, all would disperse, and live apart. Lord, mend or rather make us, one creation will not suffice our turn, except thou make us daily, we shall spurn our own salvation. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bunch of Grapes by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. Joy, I did lock thee up, but some bad man hath let thee out again. And now, methinks, I am where I began 7 years ago. One vogue and vain, one air of thoughts usurps my brain. I did towards Canaan draw, but now I am brought back to the Red Sea, the sea of shame. For as the Jews of old by God's command travelled and saw no town, so now each Christian hath his journeys spanned, their story pens and sets us down. A single deed is small renown, God's works are wide, and let in future times his ancient justice overflows our crimes. Then have we too our guardian fires and clouds, our scripture dew drops fast. We have sands and serpents, tents and shrouds, alas, our murmurings come not last. But where's the cluster, where's the taste of mine inheritance? Lord, if I must borrow, let me as well take up their joy and sorrow. But can he want the grape who hath the wine? I have their fruit and more. Blessed be God, who prospered Noah's vine, and made it bring forth grapes good store. But much more him I must adore, who of the law's sour juice sweet wine did make, e'en God himself being pressed for my sake. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love Unknown by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Dear friend, sit down. The tale is long and sad, and in my faintings I presume your love will more comply than help. A lord I had, and have, of whom some grounds, which may improve, I hold for 2 lives, and both lives in me. To him I brought a dish of fruit one day, and in the middle placed my heart. But he, I sighed to say, looked on at a servant, who did not know his eye better than you know me, or which is one than I myself. The servant instantly, quitting the fruit, seized on my heart alone, and threw it in a font, wherein did fall a stream of blood, which issued from the side of a great rock. I well remember all, and have good cause. There it was dipped and dyed, and washed and wrung. the very ringing yet enfortheth tears. Your heart was foul, I fear. Indeed, 'tis true I did and do commit many a fault more than my lease will bear, yet still asked pardon, and was not denied. But you shall hear. After my heart was well and clean and fair, as I one eventide, I sigh to tell, walked by myself abroad, I saw a large and spacious furnace flaming, and thereon a boiling cauldron, round about whose verge was in great letters set, Affliction. The greatness showed the owner. So I went to fetch a sacrifice out of my fold, thinking with that which I did thus present to warm his love, which I did fear grew cold. But as my heart did tender it, the man who was to take it from me slipped his hand and threw my heart into the scalding pan. My heart that brought it, do you understand? The offerer's heart. Your heart was hard, I fear. Indeed, 'tis true. I found a callous matter began to spread and to expiate there, but with a richer drug than scalding water I bathed it often, even with holy blood, which at a board, while many drank bare wine, a friend did steal into my cup for good, even taken inwardly, and most divine to subtle hardness. But at the length out of the cauldron getting, soon I fled unto my house, where to repair the strength which I had lost, I hasted to my bed. But when I thought to sleep out all these faults, I sighed to speak. I found that some had stuffed my bed with thoughts, I would say thorns. Dear, could my heart not break, when with my pleasures even my rest was gone? Full well I understood who had been there, for I'd given the key to none but one. It must be he. Your heart was dull, I fear. Indeed, a slack and sleepy state of mind did oft possess me, so that when I prayed, though my lips went, my heart did stay behind. But all my scores were by another paid, who took the debt upon him. Truly, friend, for aught I hear, your master shows to you more favour than you wot of. Mark the end. The font did onely what was old renew. The cauldron supplied what was grown too hard. The thorns did quicken what was grown too dull. All did but strive to mend what you had marred. Wherefore be cheered, and praise him to the full each day, each hour, each moment of the week, who fain would have you be new, tender, quick. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Man's Medley by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Hark how the birds do sing, and woods do ring. All creatures have their joy, and man hath his. Yet if we rightly measure man's joy and pleasure, rather hereafter than in present is. To this life things of sense make their pretence. In the other, angels have a right by birth. Man ties them both alone, and makes them one, with the one hand touching heaven, with the other earth. In soul he mounts and flies, in flesh he dies. He wears a stuff whose thread is coarse and round, but trimmed with curious lace, and should take place after the trimming, not the stuff and ground. Not that he may not here taste of the cheer, but as birds drink, and straight lift up their heads, so he must sip and think of better drink he may attain to after he is dead. But as his joys are double, so is his trouble. He hath 2 winters, other things but one. Both frosts and thoughts do nip and bite his lip, and he of all things fears 2 deaths alone. Yet even the greatest griefs may be reliefs, could he but take them right and in their ways. Happy is he whose heart hath found the art to turn his double pains to double praise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Storm by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. If as the winds and waters here below do die and flow, my sighs and tears as busy were above, sure they would move and much affect thee, as tempestuous times amaze poor mortals and object their crimes. Stars have their storms even in a high degree, as well as we, a throbbing conscience spurred by remorse, hath a strange force. It quits the earth, and mounting more and more, dares to assault thee, and besiege thy doors. There it stands knocking, to thy music's wrong, and drowns the song. Glory and honor are set by, till it an answer get. Poets have wronged poor storms, such days are best. They purge the air without, within the breast. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Paradise by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. I bless thee, Lord, because I grow among thy trees, which in a row to thee both fruit and order owe. What open force or hidden charm can blast my fruit or bring me harm, while the enclosure is thine arm? Enclose me still, for fear I start. Be to me rather sharp and tart, then let me want thy hand in art. When thou dost greater judgments spare, and with thy knife but prune and pare, even fruitful trees more fruitful are. Such sharpness shows the sweetest friend, such cuttings rather heal than rend, and such beginnings touch their end. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Method by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Poor heart, lament, for since thy God refuses, still there is some rub, some discontent which cools his will. Thy Father could quickly effect what thou dost move, for he is power, and sure he would, for he is love. Go search this thing, tumble thy breast, and turn thy book. If thou hast lost a glove or ring, wouldst thou not look? What do I see written above there? Yesterday I did behave me carelessly when I did pray. And should God's ear to such indifference chained be? Who do not their own motions hear, is God less free? But stay, what's there? Late, when I would have something done, I had a motion to forbear, yet I went on. And should God's ears, which needs not man, be tied to those who hear not him, but quickly hear his utter foes? Then once more pray, down with thy knees, up with thy voice, seek pardon first, and God will say, glad heart, rejoice. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Divinity by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. As men, for fear the stars should sleep and nod and trip at night, have spheres supplied, as if a star were duller than a clod, which knows its way without a guide. Just so the other heaven they also serve, divinity's transcendent sky, which with the edge of wit they cut and carve, recent triumphs, and faith lies by. Could not that wisdom which first broached the wine have thickened it with definitions, and jagged his seamless coat, had that been fine, with curious questions and divisions? But all the doctrine which he taught and gave was clear as heaven from whence it came, at least those beams of truth which only save, surpass in brightness any flame. Love God, and love your neighbor. Watch and pray. Do as you would be done unto. O dark instructions, even dark as day, who can these Gordian knots undo? But he doth bid us take his blood for wine, bid what he please, yet I am sure to take and taste what he doth there design is all that saves, and not obscure. Then burn thy epicycles, foolish man, break all thy spheres, and save thy head. Faith needs no staff of flesh, but stoutly can to heaven alone both go and lead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Grieve Not the Holy Spirit by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 30. And art thou grieved, sweet and sacred dove, when I am sour and cross thy love? Grieved for me, the God of strength and power, grieved for a worm, which, when I tread, I pass away and leave it dead. Then weep mine eyes, the God of love doth grieve. Weep, foolish heart, and weeping live. For death is dry as dust, yet if ye part, end as the night, whose sable hue your sins express, melt into dew. When saucy mirth shall knock or call at door, cry out, get hence, or cry no more. Almighty God doth grieve, he puts on sense. I sin not to my grief alone, but to God's too, he doth groan. O take thy lute, and tune it to a strain which may with thee all day complain. There can be no discord but in ceasing be. Marble can weep, and surely strings more bowels have than such hard things. Lord, I adjudge myself to tears and grief, even endless tears, without relief. If a clear spring for me no time forbears, but runs, although I be not dry, I am no crystal, what shall I? Yet if I wail not still, since still to wail nature denies, and flesh would fail. If my deserts were masters of mine eyes, Lord, pardon, for thy Son makes good my want of tears with store of blood. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Family by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. What doth this noise of thoughts within my heart, as if they had a part? What do these loud complaints and pulling fears, as if there were no rule or ears? But, Lord, the house and family are thine, though some of them repine. Turn out these wranglers which defile thy seat, for where thou dwellest all is neat. First peace and silence all disputes control, then order plays the soul. And giving all things their set forms and hours, makes of wild woods sweet walks and bowers. Humble obedience near the door doth stand, expecting a command. Then whom in waiting nothing seems more slow, nothing more quick when she doth go. Joys oft are there, and griefs as oft as joys, but griefs without a noise. Yet speak they louder than distempered fears. What is so shrill as silent tears? This is thy house, with these it doth abound, and where these are not found, perhaps thou comest sometimes for a day, but not to make a constant stay. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sighs by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Content thee, greedy heart. Modest and moderate joys, to those that have title to more hereafter when they part, are passing brave. Let the upper springs into the low descend and fall, and thou dost flow. What though some have a frout of cloves and nutmegs and in cinnamon sail? If thou hast wherewithal to spice a draught when griefs prevail, and for the future time art heir to the isle of spices, is it not fair? To be in both worlds full is more than God was, who was hungry here. Wouldst thou his laws of fasting disannul, enact good cheer, lay out thy joy, yet hope to save it? Wouldst thou both eat thy cake and have it? Great joys are all at once, but little do reserve themselves for more. Those have their hopes, these what they have renounce, and live on score. Those are at home, these journey still, and meet the rest on Zion's hill. Thy Saviour sentenced joy, and in the flesh condemned it as unfit, at least in lump, for such doth oft destroy, whereas a bit doth tice us on to hopes of more, and for the present health restore. A Christian state and case is not a corpulent, but a thin and spare, yet active strength, whose long and bony face content and care do seem to equally divide, like a pretender, not a bride. Wherefore sit down, good heart, grasp not at much, for fear thou losest all. If comforts fell according to desert, at all times fall, they would great frosts and snows destroy, for we should count since the last joy. Then close again the seam which thou hast opened. Do not spread thy robe in hope of great things. Call to mind thy dream, an earthly globe, on whose meridian was engraven, these seas are tears, and heaven the haven. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Artillery by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. As I one evening sat before my cell, methought a star did shoot into my lap. I rose and shook my clothes, as knowing well that from small fires comes oft no small mishap. When suddenly I heard one say, "Do as thou usest, disobey. Expel good motions from thy breast, which have the face of fire, but end in rest." I, who had heard of music in the spheres, but not of speech and stars, began to muse. But turning to my God, whose ministers the stars and all things are, "If I refuse, dread Lord," said I, "so oft my good, then I refuse not even with blood to wash away my stubborn thought. For I will do, or suffer what I ought. But I have also stars and shooters too, born where thy servants both artilleries use. My tears and prayers night and day do woo and work up to thee, yet thou dost refuse. Not but I am, I must say still, but more obliged to do thy will than thou to grant mine, but because thy promise now hath even set thee thy laws. Then we are shooters both, and thou dost deign to enter combat with us, and contest with thine own clay. But I would parley fain, shun not my arrows, and behold my breast. Yet if thou shunnest, I am thine. I must be so, if I am mine. There is no articling with thee. I am but finite, yet thine infinitely. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Church Rents or Schisms by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. Brave Rose, alas, where art thou? In the chair where thou didst lately so triumph and shine, a worm doth sit, whose many feet and hair are the more foul, the more thou wert divine. This hath it done, this did bite the root, and bottom of the leaves, which when the wind did once perceive, it blew them under foot, where rude unhallowed steps do crush and grind their beauteous glories, only shreds of thee, and those all bitten in thy chair I see. Why doth my mother blush? Is she the rose, and shows it so? Indeed, Christ's precious blood gave you a colour once, which when your foes thought to let out, the bleeding did you good, and made you look much fresher than before. But when debates and fretting jealousies did worm and work within you more and more, your colour faded, and calamities turned your ruddy into pale and bleak. Your health and beauty both began to break. Then did your several parts unloose and start, which when your neighbours saw, like a north wind, they rushed in and cast them in the dirt, where pagans tread. O mother dear and kind, where shall I get my eyes enough to weep? As many eyes as stars, since it is night, and much of Asia and Europe fast asleep, and even all Afric. Would at least I might with these two poor ones lick up all the dew which falls by night, and pour it out for you. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Justice by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. O dreadful justice! What a fright and terror was thou of old, when sin and error did show and shape thy looks to me, and through their glass discolour thee. He that did but look up was proud and bold. The dishes of thy balance seemed to gape like two great pits, the beam and scape did like some torturing engine show. Thy hand above did burn and glow, daunting the stoutest hearts, the proudest wits. But now that Christ's pure veil presents the sight, I see no fears. Thy hand is white, thy scales like buckets, which attend and interchangeably descend, lifting to heaven from this well of tears. For where before thou still didst call on me, now I still touch and harp on thee. God's promises hath made thee mine. Why should I justice now decline? Against me there is none, but for me much. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Pilgrimage by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Joanna Michael Hoyt. I travelled on, seeing the hill where lay my expectation. A long it was and weary way. The gloomy cave of desperation I left on the one, and on the other side the rock of pride. And so I came to Fancy's meadow, strewed with many a flower. Fain would I here have made abode, but I was quickened by my hour. So to Care's copse I came, and there got through with much ado. That led me to the wild of passion, which some call the wold, a wasted place, but sometimes rich. Here I was robbed of all my gold, save one good angel, which a friend had tied close to my side. At length I got unto the gladsome hill where lay my hope, where lay my heart. And climbing still when I had gained the brow and top, a lake of brackish waters on the ground was all I found. With that abashed, and struck with many a sting of swarming fears, I fell and cried, Alas, my king, can both the way and end be tears? Yet taking heart I rose, and then perceived I was deceived. My hill was further. So I flung away, yet heard a cry just as I went, None goes that way and lives. "If that be all," said I, "after so foul a journey death is fair, and but a chair." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Holdfast by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. I threatened to observe the strict decree of my dear God with all my power and might, but I was told by one it could not be, yet I might trust in God to be my light. Then will I trust, said I, in him alone. Nay, even to trust in him was also his. We must confess that nothing is our own. Then I confess that he my succour be. But to have naught is ours, not to confess that we have naught. I stood amazed at this, much troubled, till I heard a friend express that all things were more ours by being his. What Adam had and forfeited for all, Christ keepeth now, who cannot fail or fall. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Complaining by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Do not beguile my heart, because thou art my power and wisdom. Put me not to shame, because I am thy clay that weeps, thy dust that calls. Thou art the Lord of glory. The deed and story are both thy due, but I a silly fly that live or die according as the weather falls. Art thou all justice, Lord? Shows not thy word more attributes? Am I all throat or eye, to weep or cry? Have I no parts but those of grief? Let not thy wrathful power afflict my hour, my inch of life, or let thy gracious power contract my hour, that I may climb and find relief. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Discharge by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Busy inquiring heart, what wouldst thou know? Why dost thou pry, and turn and leer, and with a liquorous eye look high and low, and in thy looking stretch and grow? Hast thou not made thy counts and summed up all? Did not thy heart give up the whole, and with the whole depart? Let what will fall, that which is past, who can recall? Thy life is God's, thy time to come is gone, and is his right. He is thy night at noon, he is at night thy noon alone. The crop is his, for he hath sown, and well it was for thee when this befell that God did make thy business his, and in thy life partake, for thou canst tell, if it be his once, all is well. Only the present is thy part and fee, and happy thou if, though thou didst not beat thy future brow, thou couldst well see what present things required of thee. They ask enough, why shouldst thou further go? Raise not the mud of future depths, but drink the clear and good. Dig not for woe in times to come, for it will grow. Man and the present fit. If he provide, he breaks the square. This hour is mine. If for the next I care, I grow too wide and do encroach upon death's side. For death each hour environs and surrounds. He that would know and care for future chances cannot go unto those grounds, but through a churchyard which them bounds. Things present shrink and die, but they that spend their thoughts and sense on future grief do not remove it thence, but it extend and draw the bottom out and end. God chains the dog till night. Wilt loose the chain and wake thy sorrow? Wilt thou forestall it, and now grieve tomorrow, and then again grieve over freshly all thy pain? Either grief will not come, or if it must, do not forecast, while it cometh it is almost past. Away, distrust, my God hath promised, he is just. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Praise by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. King of glory, King of peace, I will love thee, and that love may never cease, I will move thee. Thou hast granted my request, thou hast heard me. Thou didst note my working breast, thou hast spared me. Wherefore with my utmost art I will sing thee, and the cream of all my heart I will bring thee. Though my sins against me cried, thou didst clear me, and alone when they replied, thou didst hear me. 7 whole days, not 1 in 7, I will praise thee. In my heart, though not in heaven, I can raise thee. Thou grewest soft and moist with tears, thou relentest, and when justice called for fears, thou dissentest. Small is this poor sort to enroll thee, even eternity is too short to extol thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. An Offering by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Come, bring thy gift. If blessings were as slow as men's returns, what would become of fools? What hast thou there? A heart? But is it pure? Search well and see, for hearts have many holes. Yet one pure heart is nothing to bestow. In Christ 2 natures met to be thy cure. Oh, that within us hearts had propagation, since many gifts do challenge many hearts, yet one, if good, may title to a number, and single things grow fruitful by deserts. In public judgments one may be a nation, and fence a plague, while others sleep and slumber. But all I fear is, lest the heart displease, as neither good nor one, so oft divisions thy lust have made, and not thy lusts alone, thy passions also have their set partitions. These parcel out thy heart. Recover these, and thou mayst offer many gifts in one. There is a balsam, or indeed a blood, dropping from heaven, which doth both cleanse and close all sorts of wounds. Of such strange force it is. Seek out this all-heal, and seek no repose until thou find and use it to thy good. Then bring thy gift, and let thy hymn be this: Since all sadness into gladness, Lord, thou dost convert, O accept what thou hast kept as thy due desert. Had I many, had I any, for this heart is none, all were thine, and none of mine, surely thine alone. Yet thy favor may give savor to this poor oblation, and it raised to be thy praise, and be my salvation. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Longing by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. With sick and famished eyes, with doubling knees and weary bones, to thee my cries, to thee my groans, to thee my sighs, my tears ascend. No end? My throat, my soul is hoarse, my heart is withered like a ground which thou dost curse. My thoughts turn round and make me giddy. Lord, I fall, yet call. From thee all pity flows. Mothers are kind because thou art, and dost dispose to them apart their infants, them, and they suck thee more free. Bowels of pity, hear, Lord of my soul, love of my mind, bow down thine ears, let not the wind scatter my words, and in the same thy name. Look on my sorrows round, mark well my furnace. Oh, what flames, what heats abound, what griefs, what shames! Consider, Lord, Lord, bow thine ear, and hear. Lord Jesu, thou didst bow thy dying head upon the tree. Oh, be not now more dead to me. Lord, hear. Shall he that made the ear not hear? Behold, thy dust doth stir, it moves, it creeps, it aims at thee. Wilt thou defer to succour me, thy pile of dust, wherein each crumb says, Come? To thee help appertains. Hast thou left all things to their course, and laid the reins upon the horse? Is all locked? Hath a sinner's plea no key? Indeed, the world's thy book, where all things have their leaf assigned, yet a meek look hath interlined. Thy board is full, yet humble guests find nests. Thou tarriest while I die and fall to nothing. Thus thou reign and rule on high, while I remain in bitter grief, yet am I styled thy child. Lord, didst thou leave thy throne not to relieve? How can it be that thou art grown thus hard to me? Were sin alive, good cause there were to bear. But now both sin is dead, and all thy promises live and bide. That wants his head, thee speak and chide, and in thy bosom pour my tears as theirs. Lord Jesu, hear my heart, which hath been broken now so long, that every part hath a tongue. Thy beggars grow, rid them away today. My love, my sweetness, here, by these thy feet at which my heart lies all the year, pluck out thy dart, and heal my troubled breast, which cries, which dies. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Bag by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Away, despair! My gracious Lord doth hear. Though winds and waves assault my keel, he doth preserve it. He doth steer, even when the boat seems most to reel. Storms are the triumph of his art. Well may he close his eyes, but not his heart. Hast thou not heard that my Lord Jesus died? Then let me tell thee a strange story. The God of power, as he did ride in his majestic robes of glory, resolved to light, and so one day he did descend, undressing all the way. The stars his tire of night and rings obtained, the cloud his bow, the fire his spear, the sky his azure mantle gained. And when they asked what he would wear, he smiled and said as he did go, he had new clothes a-making here below. When he was come, as travellers are wont, he did repair unto an inn. Both then and after many a brunt he did endure to cancel sin. And having given the rest before, here he gave up his life to pay our score. But as he was returning, there came one that ran upon him with a spear. He who came hither all alone, bringing nor men, nor arms, nor fear, received the blow upon his side, and straight he turned, and to his brethren cried, If ye have anything to send or write, I have no bag, but here is room unto my Father's hands and sight. Believe me, it shall safely come, that I shall mind what you impart. Look, you may put it very near my heart. Or if hereafter any of my friends will use me in this kind, the door shall still be open. What he sends I will present, and somewhat more, not to his hurt. Sighs will convey anything to me. Hark, despair, away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Jews by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Poor nation, whose sweet sap and juice our scions have purloined and left you dry, whose strings we got by the apostles' sluice, and use in baptism while ye pine and die, who by not keeping once became a debtor, and now by keeping lose the letter. Oh, that my prayers, mine alas, oh, that some angel might a trumpet sound, at which the church, falling upon her face, should cry so loud until the trump were drowned, and by that cry of her dear Lord obtain that your sweet sap might come again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Collar by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. I struck the board and cried, No more, I will abroad. What shall I ever sigh and pine? My lines in life are free, free as the road, loose as the wind, as large as store. Shall I be still in suit? Have I no harvest but a thorn to let me blood and not restore what I have lost with cordial fruit? Sure there was wine before my sighs did dry it, there was corn before my tears did drown it. Is the year only lost to me? Have I no bays to crown it, no flowers, no garlands gay? All blasted, all wasted. Not so my heart, but there is fruit, and thou hast hands. Recover all thy sigh-blown age on double pleasures. Leave thy cold dispute of what is fit and not. Forsake thy cage, thy rope of sands, which petty thoughts have made, and made to thee good cable to enforce and draw, and be thy law. Well, thou didst wink, and wouldst not see. Away, take heed, I will abroad. Call in thy death's head there, tie up thy fears. He that forbears to suit and service need deserves his load. But as I raved and grew more fierce and wild at every word, methought I heard one calling, "Child," and I replied, "My lord." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Glimpse by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Whither away, delight? Thou camest but now. Wilt thou so soon depart and give me up to night? For how many weeks of lingering pain and smart, but 1/2 hour of comfort for my heart? Methinks delight should have more skill in music, and keep better time. Wert thou a wind or wave, they quickly go and come with lesser crime. Flowers look about, and die not in their prime. Thy short abode and stay feeds not, but adds to the desire of meat. Lime begged of old, they say, a neighbour spring to cool his inward heat, which by the spring's access grew much more great. In hope of thee, my heart picked here and there a crumb, and would not die, but constant to his part, when as my fears foretold this, did reply, a slender thread a gentle guest will tie. Yet if the heart that wept must let thee go, return when it doth knock. Although thy heap be kept for future times, the droppings of the stock may oft break forth, and never break the lock. If I have more to spin, the wheel shall go, so that thy stay be short. Thou knowest how grief and sin disturb the work. O make me not their sport, who by thy coming may be made a court. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Assurance by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox by Beeswax Candle. Assurance. O spiteful, bitter thought, bitterly spiteful thought! Couldst thou invent so high a torture? Is such poison bought? Doubtless, but in the way of punishment. When wit contrives to meet with thee, no such rank poison can there be. Thou saidst but even now that all was not so fair as I conceived betwixt my God and me. That I allow, and coin large hopes, but that I was deceived. Either the league was broke, or near it, and that I had great cause to fear it. And what to this? What more could poison, if't had a tongue, express? What is thy aim? Wouldst thou unlock the door to cold despair's gnawing pensiveness? Wouldst thou raise devils? I see, I know, I writ thy purpose long ago. But I will to my Father, who heard thee say it. O most gracious Lord, if all the hope and comfort that I gather were from myself, I had not half a word, not half a letter to oppose what is objected by my foes. But thou art my desert, and in this league, which now my foes invade, thou art not only to perform thy part, but also mine, as when the league was made. Thou didst at once thyself indict, and hold my hand while I did write. Wherefore, if thou canst fail, then can thy truth and I. But while rocks stand and rivers stir, thou canst not shrink or quail, Yea, when both rocks and all things shall disband, then shalt thou be my rock and tower, and make their ruin praise thy power. Now, foolish thought, go on, spin out thy thread, and make thereof a coat to hide thy shame, for thou hast cast a bone which bounds on thee, and will not down thy throat. What for it self-love once began, now love and truth will end in man. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Call by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox by Beeswax Candle. The Call. Come my way, my truth, my life, such a way as gives us breath, such a truth as ends all strife, such a life as killeth death. Come my light, my feast, my strength, such a light as shows a feast, such a feast as mends in length, such a strength as makes his guest. Come my joy, my love, my heart, such a joy as none can move, such a love as none can part, such a heart as joys in love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Clasping of Hands by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Beeswax Candle. Clasping of Hands. Lord, thou art mine, and I am thine, if mine I am, and thine much more than I or ought or can be mine. Yet to be thine doth me restore, so that again I now am mine, and with advantage mine the more, since this being mine brings with it thine, and thou with me dost thee restore. If I without thee would be mine, I neither should be mine nor thine. Lord, I am thine, and thou art mine, so mine thou art, that something more I may presume thee mine than thine. For thou didst suffer to restore, not thee, but me, and to be mine, and with advantage mine the more, since thou in death was none of thine, yet then as mine didst me restore. No, be mine still, still make me thine, or rather make no thine and mine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Praise by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox by Beeswax Candle. Praise. Lord, I will mean and speak thy praise alone. My busy heart shall spin it all my days, and when it stops for want of store, then will I ring it with a sigh or groan, that thou mayest yet have more. When thou dost favour any action, it runs, it flies. All things concur to give it a perfection. That which had but 2 legs before, when thou dost bless, hath 12. One wheel doth rise to 20 then, or more. But when thou dost on business blow, it hangs, it clogs. Not all the teams of Albion in a row can hail or draw it out of door. Legs are but stumps, and Pharaoh's wheels but logs, and struggling hinders more. Thousands of things do thee employ in ruling all this spacious globe. Angels must have their joy, devils their rod, the sea his shore, the winds their stint, and yet when I did call, thou heardst my call, and more. I have not lost one single tear, but when mine eyes did weep to heaven, they found a bottle there, as we have boxes for the poor, ready to take them in, yet of a size that would contain much more. But after thou hadst slipped a drop from thy right eye, which there did hang like streamers near the top of some fair church, to show the sore and bloody battle which thou once didst try, the glass was full, and more. Wherefore I sing, yet since my heart, though pressed, runs thin, oh, that I might some other hearts convert, and so take up at use good store, that to thy chests there might be coming in, both all my praise and more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Joseph's Coat by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Beeswax Candle. Joseph's Coat. Wounded I sing, tormented I indite, thrown down I fall into a bed and rest. Sorrow hath changed its note, such as his will, who changeth all things as him pleaseth best. For well he knows, if but one grief and smart among my many had his full career, sure it would carry with it even my heart, and both would run till they found a bier to fetch the body, both being due to grief. But he hath spoiled the race, and given to anguish one of joy's coats, ticing it with relief to linger in me and together languish. I live to show his power, who once did bring my joys to weep, and now my griefs to sing. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Pulley by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Beeswax Candle. The Pulley. When God at first made man, having a glass of blessings standing by, "Let us," said he, "pour on him all we can. Let the world's riches which dispersed lie contract into a span." So strength first made a way, then beauty flowed, then wisdom, honour, pleasure. When almost all was out, God made a stay, perceiving that to loan of all his treasure rest in the bottom lay. "For if I should," said he, "bestow this jewel also on my creature, he would adore my gifts instead of me, and rest in nature, not the God of nature, so both should losers be. Yet let him keep the rest, but keep them with repining restlessness. Let him be rich and weary, that at least if goodness lead him not, yet weariness may toss him to my breast." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Priesthood by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Beeswax Candle. The Priesthood. Blessed order, which in power dost so excel, that with the one hand thou liftest to the sky, and with the other thou throwest down to hell in thy just censures. Fain would I draw nigh, fain put thee on, exchanging my lay sword for that of the holy word. But thou art fire, sacred and hallowed fire, and I but earth and clay. Should I presume to wear thy habit, the severe attire my slender compositions might consume, I am both foul and brittle, much unfit to deal in holy writ. Yet have I often seen, by cunning hand and force of fire, what curious things are made of wretched earth. Where once I scorned to stand, that earth is fitted by the fire and trade of skilful artists for the boards of those who make the bravest shows. But since those great ones, be they ne'er so great, come from the earth, from whence those vessels come, so that at once both feeder, dish, and meat have one beginning and one final sum, I do not greatly wonder at the sight, if earth in earth delight. But the holy men of God such vessels are, as serve him up who all the world commands. When God vouchsafeth to become our fare, their hands convey him who conveys their hands. Oh, what pure things, most pure must those things be, who bring my God to me. Wherefore I dare not, I put forth my hand to hold the ark, although it seem to shake, through the old sins and new doctrines of our land. Onely, since God doth often vessels make of lowly matter for high uses meet, I throw me at his feet. There will I lie until my Maker seek for some mean stuff whereon to show his skill. Then is my time. The distance of the meek doth flatter power. Lest good come short of ill in praising might, the poor do by submission what pride by opposition. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Search by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Whither, Oh, whither art thou fled, my Lord, my love? My searches are my daily bread, yet never prove. My knees pierce the earth, mine eyes the sky, and yet the sphere and centre both to me deny that thou art there. Yet can I mark how herbs below grow green and gay, as if to meet thee they did know, while I decay. Yet can I mark how stars above simper and shine, as having keys unto thy love, while poor I pine. I sent a sigh to seek thee out, deep drawn in pain, winged like an arrow, but my scout returns in vain. I tuned another, having store, into a groan, because the search was dumb before, but all was one. Lord, dost thou some new fabric mold which favor wins, and keeps thee present, leaving the old unto their sins? Where is my God? What hidden place conceals thee still? What covert dare eclipse thy face? Is it thy will? Oh, let not that of anything, let rather brass, or steel, or mountains be thy ring, and I will pass. Thy will such an entrenching is as passeth thought. To it all strength, all subtleties are things of naught. Thy will such a strange distance is, as that to it east and west touch, the poles do kiss and parallels meet. Since, then, my grief must be as large as is thy space, thy distance from me, see my charge, Lord, see my case. O take these bars, these lengths away, turn and restore me. Be not almighty, let me say, against, but for me. When thou dost turn, and wilt be near, what edge so keen, what point so piercing can appear to come between? For as thy absence doth excel all distance known, so doth thy nearness bear the bell, making two one. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Grief by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Oh, who will give me tears? Come, all ye springs, dwell in my head and eyes. Come, clouds and rain. My grief hath need of all the watery things that nature hath produced. Let every vein suck up a river to supply mine eyes, my weary, weeping eyes, too dry for me, unless they get new conduits, new supplies, to bear them out, and with my state agree. What are two shallow fords, two little spouts of a less world? The greater is but small, a narrow cupboard for my griefs and doubts, which want provision in the midst of all. Verses, ye are too fine a thing, too wise for my rough sorrows. Cease, be dumb and mute, give up your feet and running to mine eyes, and keep your measures for some lover's lute, whose grief allows him music and a rhyme. For mine excludes both measure, tune, and time. Alas, my God! End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Cross by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. What is this strange and uncouth thing to make me sigh and seek and faint and die until I had some place where I might sing and serve thee. And not only I, but all my wealth and family might combine to set thy honor up as our design. And then, when, after much delay, much wrestling, many a combat, this dear end, so much desired, is given, to take away my power to serve thee, to unbend all my abilities, my designs confound, and lay my threatenings bleeding on the ground. One egg dwelleth in my bones, another in my soul. The memory what I would do for thee, if once my groans could be allowed for harmony. I am in all a weak, disabled thing, save in the sight thereof, where strength doth sting. Besides, things sort not to my will, even when my will doth study thy renown. Thou turnest the edge of all things on me still, taking me up to throw me down, so that even when my hopes seem to be sped, I am to grief alive, to them as dead. To have my aim, and yet to be farther from it than when I bent my bow, to make my hopes my torture, and the fee of all my woes another woe, is in the midst of delicates to need, and even in paradise to be a weed. Ah, my dear Father, ease my smart. These contrarieties crush me. These cross actions do wind a rope about and cut my heart. And yet, since these thy contradictions are properly a cross felt by thy Son, with but 4 words, my words, thy will be done. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Flower by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. How fresh, O Lord, how sweet and clean are thy returns, even as the flowers in spring, to which, besides their own demesne, the late past frosts tributes of pleasure bring. Grief melts away like snow in May, as if there were no such cold thing. Who would have thought my shriveled heart could have recovered greenness? It was gone quite underground, as flowers depart to see their mother root when they have blown, where they together, all the hard weather, dead to the world, keep house unknown. These are thy wonders, Lord of power, killing and quickening, bringing down to hell and up to heaven in an hour, making a chiming of a passing bell. We say amiss this or that is, thy word is all, if we could spell. Oh, that I once past changing were, fast in thy paradise, where no flower can wither. Many a spring I shoot up fair, offering at heaven, growing and groaning thither. Nor doth my flower want a spring shower, my sins and I joining together. But while I grow in a straight line, still upwards bent, as if heaven were mine own, thy anger comes, and I decline. What frost to that? What pole is not the zone where all things burn, when thou dost turn, and the least frown of thine is shown? And now in age I bud again, after so many deaths I live and write. I once more smell the dew and rain, and relish versing. O my only light, it cannot be that I am he on whom thy tempests fell all night. These are thy wonders, Lord of love, to make us see we are but flowers that glide, which when we once can find and prove, thou hast a garden for us where to bide. Who would be more, swelling through store, forfeit their paradise by their pride? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Dotage by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. False glozing pleasures, casks of happiness, foolish night fires, women's and children's wishes, chases in auras, gilded emptiness, shadows well mounted, dreams in a career, embroidered lies, nothing between two dishes. These are the pleasures here. True earnest sorrows, rooted miseries, anguish in grain, vexations ripe and blown, sure-footed griefs, solid calamities, plain demonstrations evident and clear, fetching their proofs even from the very bone. These are the sorrows here. But oh, the folly of distracted men, whose griefs in earnest, joys in jest pursue, preferring, like brute beasts, a loathsome den before a court, even that above so clear, where are no sorrows, but delights more true than miseries are here. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sun by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Let foreign nations of their language boast what fine variety each tongue affords. I like our language, as our men and coast, who cannot dress it well, want wit, not words. How neatly do we give one only name to parent's issue and the sun's bright star. A sun is light and fruit, a fruitful flame, chasing the Father's dimness, carried far from the first man in the East to fresh and new Western discoveries of posterity. So, in one word, our Lord's humility, we turn upon him in a sense most true. For what Christ once in humbleness began, we him in glory call the Son of Man. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A True Hymn by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. My joy, my life, my crown! My heart was meaning all the day, somewhat it fain would say, and still it runneth muttering up and down, with only this, my joy, my life, my crown. Yet slight not these few words. If truly said, they may take part among the best in art. The finesse which a hymn or psalm affords is when the soul unto the lines accords. He who craves all the mind and all the soul and strength and time, if the words only rhyme, justly complains that somewhat is behind to make his verse or write a hymn in kind. Whereas, if the heart be moved, although the verse be somewhat scant, God doth supply the want, as when the heart says, sighing to be approved, "Oh, could I love," and stops. God writeth, loved. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Answer by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org. My comforts drop and melt like snow. I shake my head, and all the thoughts and ends which my fierce youth did bandy fall and flow like leaves about me, or like summer friends, flies of estates and sunshine. But to all who think me eager, hot, and undertaking, but in my prosecutions slack and small, as a young exhalation newly waking scorns his first bed of dirt and means the sky, but cooling by the way grows pursy and slow, and settling to a cloud doth live and die in that dark state of tears. To all that so show me and set me, I have one reply, which they that know the rest know more than I. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Dialogue Anthem by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Christian. Alas, poor Death, where is thy glory? Where is thy famous force, thy ancient sting? Death. Alas, poor mortal, void of story, go spell and read how I have killed thy king. Christian. Poor Death, and who was hurt thereby? Thy curse being laid on him makes thee accursed. Death. Let losers talk, yet thou shalt die. These arms shall crush thee. Christian. Spare not, do thy worst. I shall be one day better than before, thou so much worse, that thou shalt be no more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Watercourse by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Thou who dost dwell and linger here below, since the condition of this world is frail, where of all plants afflictions soonest grow, if troubles overtake thee, do not wail. For who can look for less that loveth life, strife? But rather turn the pipe and water's course to serve thy sins, and furnish thee with store of sovereign tears springing from true remorse, that so in pureness thou mayst him adore, who gives to man, as he sees fit, salvation, damnation. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Self-Condemnation by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Thou who condemnest Jewish hate for choosing Barabbas a murderer before the Lord of glory, look back upon thine own estate. Call home thine eye, that busy wanderer, that choice may be thy story. He that doth love, and love amiss, this world's delights before true Christian joy, hath made a Jewish choice. The world an ancient murderer is. Thousands of souls it hath and doth destroy with her enchanting voice. He that hath made a sorry wedding between his soul and gold, and hath preferred false gain before the true, hath done what he condemns in reading, for he hath sold for money his dear Lord, and is a Judas Jew. Thus we prevent the last great day, and judge ourselves. That light which sin and passion did before dim and choke, when once those snuffs are ta'en away, shines bright and clear, even unto condemnation, without excuse or cloak. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Bittersweet by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Noreen. Ah, my dear angry Lord, since thou dost love, yet strike, cast down, yet help afford, sure I will do the like. I will complain, yet praise, I will bewail, approve, and all my sour sweet days I will lament and love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Glance by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. When first thy sweet and gracious eye vouchsafed, even in the mist of youth and night, to look upon me, who before did lie weltering in sin, I felt a sugared strange delight, passing all cordials made by any art, bedew, embalm, and overrun my heart, and take it in. Since that time many a bitter storm my soul hath felt, even able to destroy, had the malicious and ill-meaning harm his swing and sway. But still thy sweet original joy, sprung from thine eye, did work within my soul, and surging griefs, when they grew bold, controlled, and got the day. If thy first glance so powerful be, a mirth but opened and sealed up again, what wonder shall we feel when we shall see thee full-eyed love, when thou shalt look us out of pain, and one aspect of thine spend in delight, more than 1,000 suns disperse in light in heaven above. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The 23rd Psalm by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Chris M. The God of love my shepherd is, and he that doth me feed. While he is mine and I am his, what can I want or need? He leads me to the tender grass, where I both feed and rest. Then to the streams that gently pass, in both I have the best. Or if I stray, he doth convert, and bring my mind in frame. And all this not for my desert, but for his holy name. Yea, in death's shady black abode, well may I walk, not fear, for thou art with me, and thy rod to guide, thy staff to bear. Nay, thou dost make me sit and dine even in my enemy's sight. My head with oil, my cup with wine runs over day and night. Surely thy sweet and wondrous love shall measure all my days, and as it never shall remove, so neither shall my praise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mary Magdalene by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. When Blessed Mary wiped her Saviour's feet, whose precepts she had trampled on before, and wore them for a jewel on her head, showing his steps should be the street wherein she thenceforth evermore with pensive humbleness would live and tread. She, being stained herself, why did she strive to make him clean who could not be defiled? Why kept she not her tears for her own faults, and not his feet? Though we could dive in tears like seas, Our sins are piled deeper than they in words and works and thoughts. Dear soul, she knew who did vouchsafe and deign to bear her filth, and that her sins did dash even God himself. Wherefore she was not loath, as she had brought wherewith to stain, so to bring in wherewith to wash. And yet, in washing one, she washed both. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Aaron by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Holiness on the head, light and perfections on the breast, harmonious bells below, raising the dead to lead them unto life and rest. Thus are true Aarons dressed. Profaneness in my head, defects and darkness in my breast, a noise of passions ringing me for dead unto a place where is no rest. Poor priest, thus am I dressed. Only another head I have, another heart and breast, another music making live, not dead, without whom I could have no rest. In him I am well dressed. Christ is my only head, my alone only heart and breast, my only music, striking me even dead, that to the old man I may rest, and be in him new dressed. So, holy in my head, perfect and light in my dear breast, my doctrine tuned by Christ, who is not dead, but lives in me while I do rest. Come, people, Aaron's dressed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Odor by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. How sweetly doth my master sound, my master! As ambergris leaves a rich scent unto the taster, so do these words a sweet content, an oriental fragrance, my master. With these all day I do perfume my mind even thrust into them both, that I might find what cordials make this curious broth, this broth of smells that feeds and fats my mind. My master, shall I speak? Oh, that to thee, my servant, were a little so, as flesh may be, that these two words might creep and grow to some degree of spiciness to thee. Then should the pomander, which was before a speaking sweet, mend by reflection and tell me more. For pardon of my imperfection would warm and work it sweeter than before. For when my master, which alone is sweet, and even in my unworthiness pleasing, shall call and meet my servant as thee not displeasing, that call is but the breathing of the sweet. This breathing would with gains, by sweetening me, as sweet things traffic when they meet, return to thee, and so this new commerce and sweet should all my life employ and busy me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Foil by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. If we could see below the sphere of virtue and each shining grace as plainly as that above doth show, this were the better sky, the brighter place. God hath made stars the foil to set off virtues, griefs to set off sinning. Yet in this wretched world we toil, as if grief were not foul, nor virtue winning. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Forerunners by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The harbingers are come, see their mark. White is their colour, and behold my head. But must they have my brain? Must they dispark those sparkling notions which therein were bred? Must dullness turn me to a clod? Yet have they left me, thou art still my God. Good men ye be to leave me my best room, even all my heart and what is lodged there. I pass not, I, what of the rest become, so thou art still my God, be out of fear. He will be pleased with that ditty, as if I please him, I write fine and witty. Farewell, sweet phrases, lovely metaphors, but will ye leave me thus, when ye before of stews and brothels only knew the doors? Then did I wash you with my tears and more, brought you to church well dressed and clad. My God must have my best, even all I had. Lovely enchanting language, sugar cane, honey of roses, whither wilt thou fly? Hath some fond lover tied thee to thy bane, and wilt thou leave the church and love a sty? Fie, thou wilt soil thy broidered coat, and hurt thyself and him that sings the note. Let foolish lovers, if they will love dung, with canvas, not with arras, clothe their shame. Let folly speak in her own native tongue. True beauty dwells on high, ours is a flame, but borrowed thence to light us thither. Beauty and beauteous words should go together. Yet if you go, I pass not, take your way, for thou art still my God, is all that ye, perhaps with more embellishment, can say. Go, birds of spring, let winter have his fee, let a bleak paleness chalk the door, so all within be livelier than before. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Rose by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org. Press me not to take more pleasure in this world of sugared lies, and to use a larger measure than my strict yet welcome size. First, there is no pleasure here. Colored griefs indeed there are, blushing woes that look as clear as if they could beauty spare. Or if such deceits there be, such delights I meant to say, there are no such things to me who have passed my right away. But I will not much oppose unto what you now advise, only take this gentle rose, and therein my answer lies. What is fairer than a rose? What is sweeter? Yet it purgeth. Purgings enmity disclose, enmity forbearance urgeth. If then all that worldlings prize be contracted to a rose, sweetly there indeed it lies, but it biteth in the close. So this flower doth judge and sentence worldly joys to be a scourge, for they all produce repentance, and repentance is a purge. But I health, not physic, choose. Only, though I you oppose, say that fairly I refuse, for my answer is a rose. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Discipline by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by James Martin. Throw away thy rod, throw away thy wrath. O my God, take the gentle path. For my heart's desire unto thine is bent. I aspire to a full consent. Not a word or look I affect to own, but by book, and thy book alone. Though I fail, I weep. Though I halt in pace, yet I creep to the throne of grace. Then let wrath remove, love will do the deed. For with love, stony hearts will bleed. Love is swift of foot, love's a man of war, and can shoot and can hit from far. Who can 'scape his bow? That which wrought on thee, brought thee low, needs must work on me. Throw away thy rod. Though man frailties hath, thou art God. Throw away thy wrath. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Invitation by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Kevin S. Come ye hither, all whose taste is your waste. Save your cost and mend your fare. God is here, prepared and dressed, and the feast, God in whom all dainties are. Come ye hither, all whom wine doth define. Name you not to your good. Weep what ye have drunk amiss, and drink this, which before ye drink is blood. Come ye hither, all whom pain doth arraign. Bring all your sins to sight. Taste and fear not. God is here, in this cheer, and on sin doth cast the fright. Come ye hither, all whom joy doth destroy, while ye graze without your bounds. Here is joy that drowneth quite your delight, as a flood the lower grounds. Come ye hither, all whose love is your dove, and exalts you to the sky. Here is love, which, having breath even in death, after death can never die. Lord, I have invited all, and I shall still invite, still call to thee, for it seems but just and right in my sight. Where is all, there all should be. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Banquet by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Suzanne Carroll. Welcome, sweet and sacred cheer, welcome, dear. With me, in me, live and dwell, for thy neatness passeth sight, thy delight passeth tongue to taste or tell. Oh, what sweetness from the bowl fills my soul, such as is and makes divine. Is some star, fled from the sphere, melted there, as we sugar melt in wine? Or hath sweetness in the bread made a head to subdue the smell of sin? Flowers and gums and powders giving all their living, lest the enemy should win. Doubtless neither star nor flower hath the power such a sweetness to impart. Only God, who gives perfumes, flesh assumes, and with it perfumes my heart. But as pomanders and wood still are good, yet being bruised are better scented. God, to show how far his love could improve, here as broken is presented. When I had forgot my birth, and on earth in delights of earth was drowned, God took blood, and needs would be spilt with me, and so found me on the ground. Having raised me to look up, in a cup sweetly he doth meet my taste. But I, still being low and short, far from court, wine becomes a wing at last. For with it alone I fly to the sky, where I weep mine eyes, and see what I seek for, what I sue. Him I view, who hath done so much for me. Let the wonder of this pity be my ditty, and take up my lines and life. Hearken under pain of death, hands and breath. Strive in this, and love the strife. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Posy by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Let wits contest, and with their words and posies windows fill. Less than the least of all thy mercies is my posy still. This on my ring, this by my picture in my book I write. Whether I sing, or say, or dictate, this is my delight. Invention rest, comparisons go play, wit use thy will. Less than the least of all God's mercies is my posy still. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Parody by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Soul's joy when thou art gone, and I alone, which cannot be, because thou dost abide with me, and I depend on thee. Yet when thou dost suppress the cheerfulness of thy abode, and in my powers not stirred abroad, but leave me to my load. Oh, what a damp and shade doth me invade! No stormy night can so afflict or so affright as thy eclipsed light. Ah, Lord, do not withdraw, lest want of awe make sin appear, and when thou dost but shine less clear, say that thou art not here. And then what life I have, while sin doth rave and falsely boast, that I may seek, but thou art lost, thou and alone thou knowest. Oh, what a deadly cold doth me enfold! I half believe that sin says true, but while I grieve, thou comest and dost relieve. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Elixir by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Teach me, my God and King, in all things thee to see, and what I do in anything, I do it as for thee. Not rudely as a beast, to run into an action, but still to make thee prepossessed, and give it his perfection. A man that looks on glass, on it may stay his eye, or if he pleaseth, through it pass, and then the heaven espy. All may of thee partake, nothing can be so mean, which with his tincture for thy sake will not grow bright and clean. A servant with this clause makes drudgery divine, who sweeps a room as for thy laws, makes that and the action fine. This is the famous stone that turneth all to gold, for that which God doth touch and own cannot for less be told. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Wreath by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. A wreathed garland of deserved praise, of praise deserved unto thee I give to thee, who knowest all my ways, my crooked winding ways, wherein I live, wherein I die not live. For life is straight, straight as a line, and ever tends to thee, who art more fair above deceit, than deceit seems above simplicity. Give me simplicity, that I may live, so live and like, that I may know thy ways, know them and practice them, then shall I give, for this poor wreath, give thee a crown of praise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Death by George Herbert, read for LibriVox.org. Death, thou wast once an uncouth, hideous thing, nothing but bones. The sad effect of sadder groans, thy mouth was open, but thou couldst not sing. For we considered thee as at some 6 or 10 years hence, after loss of life and sense, flesh being turned to dust and bones to sticks, we looked on the sight of thee, shooting short, where we did find the shells of fledged souls left behind, dry dust, which sheds no tears but may extort. But since our Saviour's death did put some blood into thy face, thou art grown fair and full of grace, much in request, much sought for as a good. For do we now behold thee, gay and glad, as at doomsday, when souls shall wear their new array, and all thy bones with beauty shall be clad. Therefore we can go die asleep, and trust half that we have unto an honest, faithful grave, making our pillows either down or dust. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Doomsday by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Come away, make no delay, summon all the dust to rise, till it steer and rub the eyes, while this member jogs the other, each one whispering, "Live you, brother?" Come away, make this the day, dust, alas, no music feels but thy trumpet. Then it kneels, as peculiar notes and strains cure tarantulas' raging pains. Come away, oh make no stay, let the graves make their confession, lest at length they plead possession, flesh's stubbornness may have read that lesson to the grave. Come away, thy flock doth stray, some to the winds their bodies lend, and in them may drown a friend. Some in noisome vapours grow to a plague and public woe. Come away, help our decay. Man is out of order hurled, parcelled out to all the world. Lord, thy broken comfort raise, and the music shall be praise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Judgment by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Almighty Judge, how shall poor wretches brook thy dreadful look, able a heart of iron to appall, when thou shalt call for every man's peculiar book? What others mean to do I know not well, yet I hear tell that some will turn thee to some leaves therein, to void of sin, that they in merit shall excel. But I resolve, when thou shalt call for mine, that to decline, and thrust a testament into thy hand, let that be scanned, there thou shalt find my faults are thine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Heaven by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Oh, who will show me those delights on high? I. Thou echo, thou art mortal, all men know. No. Wert thou not born among the trees and leaves? Leaves. And are there any leaves that still abide? Bide. What leaves are they? Impart the matter wholly. Holy. Are holy leaves the echo then of bliss? Yes. Then tell me, what is that supreme delight? Light. Light to the mind, what shall the will enjoy? Joy. But are there cares and business with the pleasure? Leisure. Light, joy, and leisure, but shall they persever? Ever. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Love by George Herbert. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Love bade me welcome, yet my soul drew back, guilty of dust and sin. But quick-eyed love, observing me grow slack, from my first entrance in, drew nearer to me, sweetly questioning if I lacked anything. A guest, I answered, worthy to be here. Love said, you shall be he. I, the unkind ungrateful? Ah, my dear, I cannot look on thee. Love took my hand, and smiling did reply, who made the eyes but I? Truth, Lord, but I have marred them. Let my shame go where it doth deserve. And know you not, says Love, who bore the blame? My dear, then I will serve. You must sit down, says Love, and taste my meat. So I did sit and eat. Finis. Glory be to God on high, and on earth peace, goodwill towards men. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of The Temple by George Herbert.